Hi there, I'm Devious Dave Rose. Welcome to Dave's Drama Diner, episode 22. And thank you for joining us here. As always, let's start off the show by showing our gratitude and appreciation for all those who have chosen to spend their time with us here today. Let's start off with the man with two first names. It's the Costanza, Jay Duz, Steve Callan, the Nine God himself, Nicky Nines, the Kingpin of Las Vegas, the head of the cartel himself, Mars Mira, the Tribunal King, Z the Reaper, who's getting bored of watching cartoons with his kid, and I will not hold my tongue when it comes to cursing, so that's on you. And who else? And there's a few more filtering in, and also we've got Skunt seething that he's a tranny and will never be a real woman. And obviously pumping the video up with a bunch of thumbs down, which will disappear eventually because he's that pathetic. And can't stop me from streaming. But also there's the fact that, yet again, I continue to prove Scott retarded, worthless, impotent, and garbage, and a moron. Because his assessment was, oh, Dave can't do anything other than skuntent. Oh, no, he can't do anything, ignoring basically everything else I did. And also ignoring that they declared the drama war on me. Now, they've been absolutely decimated. They literally are now fucking bandits on the run. And there's nowhere they won't be found. And they keep getting found. So, there's a lot to discuss because the diner, as we know, is a plethora of flavors. And obviously, Drama Diner discusses more than one person and one topic, and fits differently than the court of the Grand Emperor. So let's start off with just reminding everyone that Skunty is obviously off his work because he's making videos now, and obviously being right off work, he goes right to the booze. And he made a video. Very bad audio quality, but we're going to play it nonetheless, called Morning Jam. It's about 7 minutes and 50 seconds long. And there's some very interesting statements in here, none of which I believe are actually factual or true, but let's just listen and laugh.
Hey, what's up, wrestling fans? DJ Scotty MC here with another wrestling update. No, for real though. The AC is a bit loud. Taking a SEMO air conditioning loud video, but I forgot to take it sideways. Fuck, is that right? No. Whoops. Might have to start over. No, but in all honesty, shout out to SEMO. He always does have some very interesting, worthy, valuable clips. Anyway, I guess I'm just here today to say that it is true. Me and YR are officially retired. As is my mustache. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he shaved his face again, and now he's got no mustache. But did you just hear that? Him and YR are officially retired. Let's rewind just a bit so that we can hear that again, but it is comical.
Anyway, I guess I'm just here today to say that it is true. Me and YR are officially retired.
So we've heard that before, and I find that very comical because YR actually released a video this morning saying Andrew Dice Clay has Bell's palsy. So that goes in total contradiction of what you just said, that you're retired. That's really weird.
As is my mustache. Yeah, that's right, something's different. The mustache is gone. So that's something. I got 3,200 views, man, on my Troll Glitcho video. That's pretty fucking crazy shit right there.
Well, you use the right type of words, and, the algorithm's going to pick it up as if it's, something valuable. And, yeah, you can get a lot of views for something that's a very small clip that people are saying, okay, well, let's check it out. But it's not what people expected. It's not the trolling that they were tuning in for. It was just a shitty video, so... I remember getting some of my videos getting a ton of views. It's like, where's this shit coming from?
It's like triple than anybody gets in this community, really, at this fucking point.
Yeah, but what does that matter? Because there was no content in there. It was literally an algorithm thing that brought in people to watch, or possibly bots, to watch something that really didn't have any substance. So, but yet I can do just 1 hour. Nikki can do 1 hour and get a ton more interaction than you ever do. Yeah, what kind of interaction did you get? What kind of calls did you get?
And I only had to make, what, 30 seconds of a video? That's how much, the internet loves me, and that's how popular I am, I guess. Oh, I'm so flattered. Yeah, it wasn't even bots by Minnesota Vikings fan or anybody else, Notice how Scott said the other day, Vikings in Minnesota, like there were two people. You couldn't help yourself, could you, Ken? Calling the Vikings last night, going on vacation, still thinking about me. I love you too. If we were to do shows, though, for real, during Ken's whole vacation, it would ruin his entire vacation, bro. It would ruin his vacation, it would. But
here's the thing. I've been ruining you guys for the last 3 weeks. Ruining you. Okay, I've been unrelenting. I didn't need an army. I didn't need 6 people like you fuckers did. I literally just went meticulously, methodically, and unrelentingly 7 days in a fucking row and destroyed you. Destroyed you. So if you think for a second that you're going to go back to making videos daily, thinking that you've won the drama war, and on top of that, you think you're going to go against fucking Ken and start shit, well, I can assure you that what you've just faced in the first salvo, because it's not done yet, the first salvo of the drama war will pale in comparison to what comes after. Call me out. Fucking, I'm your Huckleberry. Come on, call the bluff. Call it. You want to fuck around? You'll find out. You want to fucking bother Ken while he's on fucking vacation? Fuck around and find out.
anyway, shout out to Kevin for the new intro. It is sick. It does look good. I'm glad that Joe also has a new intro now. So 2 weeks ago, I told Joe, make a new intro for Monetize This. He did. So thank you for listening to Team Creative Scotty, everybody. Like always, you're welcome. Giving you the ideas since 2005. That's how much I think about myself. Please don't do 5 hours on this. Travis, please.
Travis doesn't do 5 hours on people. I do.
Don't say nothing, okay? I'm joking, alright? Relax. What the fuck? Can you zoom in on that? Oh my god, my herpes are back, bro. Let's do 6 hours on that. No, you ever get that though? That's from shaving. Not putting our lip. That's why I use Blistex all the time. And the dry fucking area out here. And we have no ocean, man. I miss the ocean.
No, it's just a cold sore, right?
But yeah, man, so I guess I'm just kind of want to just make this video to say, like, what is up with Joe and Ken and like all these shows? Not like, I know that you guys always mention movies and shit, but why are you mentioning, like, Joe's mentioning Ghostbusters, Ken's mentioning Suicide Squad? Did you guys like miss the Venom 2 trailer, Let There Be Carnage? Because that's like the sickest trailer out right now. It looks like it's gonna...
I hate you, Ken! Oh, by the way, you ever thought about covering the Venom 2 trailer? That'd be great. I'd love to see that. Oh, but I hate you!
Gonna be the sickest movie out of all those movies. So I don't know, man. I was kind of looking forward to you guys like talking about it maybe or something. Like, I don't know if you guys all missed this, but it was released 2 days ago. I thought for sure.
This is pathetic. If you hate Ken so much, then why do you want him to even cover a subject? Like, why don't you just stop watching him then?
Sure, like fucking Ken or somebody would be talking about it, but nobody has. Unless I haven't finished Ken's show though. I just got home from night shift. So I just kind of started it, but title Suicide Squad, and unless he goes into Venom 2.
He's saying this while he's holding that can of black ice or whatever the fuck it is, the same stuff he was drinking the other night.
Or not, I don't fucking know, but hopefully he does, because kind of seems to sort over everybody's head. I don't watch every show either, though. Maybe I'm fucking wrong. Maybe Joe did cover it. I don't know. Joe's been covering a lot of wrestling. Wire saying he's on fire lately. I've seen a couple of clips here and there. He's amping it up again. But yeah, man, fucking, I don't know. There's not much else to say really. Kind of just wanted to say that, man. Like, what's up? Where's the Venom 2 trailer reviews? I guess. I gotta get back to the gym now. The double chin's kicking in. The cleft lip is back. Look at the cleft lip, Johnny Cash style. No mustache. And, you know, fucking, we all say we gotta get back at the gym, but like at 35, bro, and when you work as hard as I do, like these long fucking hours, 16-hour days and shit, 12 days in a row, kind of gets fucking, you know, when you get off, all you want to do is like, fortunately, drink beer or fucking, you know, eat. Sucks, man. That's part of getting old, man. 35. You don't use it, you lose it, kind of thing, man. And it's really hard to get back. The more you let it go. But yeah, man, I'm getting fucking fatter. You know, 35, man. Fucking 5 years to 40. Fuck. Whoa. But yeah, man. You know, just came on here, kind of shoot the shit a little bit. That's about all I got, though. Quick little 5-minute video. Not much else. Yeah. I don't know, man. Enjoy your vacation, Ken. You know. And, yeah. I got wired into watching Alex Jones. So we've been shooting the shit on Alex Jones a lot lately. It's pretty cool. Wire's getting pretty hot and heavy into the wrestling again with AEW, all them signings and shit. I'm sure you'll probably see Lesnar there too, man. It's gonna be Lesnar, CM Punk, Bryan, fucking like all big names, dude. You know. Bray Wyatt probably for sure. I think Bray Wyatt's Twitter thing, man, with that circle, might have something to do with Inner Circle. Because he changed his whole look. I don't know if you guys seen his new look. I don't like it. It's like me without the beard, basically. Shaved look, but yeah. People like me and Bray Wyatt are meant to have beards, man. And then he kind of fucking shaved.
Are you referring to the woman who acts like your wife but is just covering up for homosexuality?
His whole head and left like and dyed it blonde, but like a Cabbage Patch dreadlock patch on his top of his head. It's weird, man. I'd say it's Inner Circle. Someone said something about joining the Dark Order for Brody Lee and stuff, which would make sense too, but I don't know, man. Probably see him in AEW as part of the Inner Circle. That's my prediction. What else would that circle mean? I don't know. You tell me. But yeah, man. I guess that's about all for me. Fucking shout out to the Montreal Canadiens.
You sure? Because you're saying you're officially retired, so technically after this there shouldn't be any more videos.
Mike Hoffman, that was a big fucking signing in the off season. Still got a hole to fill with Weber though, and we need a #1 center, honestly. But that's pretty cool. Hoffman and Toffoli now. They were the two big targets last year, and we got both of them now, so that's cool. Other than that, man, yeah. I don't know. Oh, fucking, I noticed Ken's intro. Blue Moon. Blue Moon. How does it feel? Weird that he played that, because I sent that song to YR yesterday. I was going to upload it on my channel, like a remix of that song, and then Ken played it. Unless he played it before, subliminally, it's in my head, I don't know. But that's kind of fucked. I asked YR, I was like, did you send Ken that song or something? It's fucking just ironic. Anyway, man, fucking happy weekend, y'all. I'm fucking probably last night shift tonight. I'm supposed to get a big severe lightning storm again, so who knows. But yeah, I don't know, everybody enjoy your weekend. Catch you later.
Oh, thank God. I'm sorry for your ears, people. But that's Scunty there, recording outside next to an air conditioner. And telling us he's going to record, he's going to retire. But as we see right now with our poll, with 10 votes, we have 80% saying hell no, and probably 1 or 2 Scott accounts saying yes. But that's gone down to 17, and I'm sure there'll be more people answering in the negative, thusly just confirming that Scunty will not retire from YouTube, despite claiming so multiple times. So, there we go, a little bit of that. Also, a little update on Scunty there is that all those videos that we reviewed the other day, gone. There's a few that were referring to Travis gone. You know, some with some comments that were reviewed gone. So, there you go. You know, but he doesn't watch us, so, you know. But I thought it'd be comical to to show that to you people. And to laugh at Scott as he's watching right now, because obviously he's logging in and out of accounts, trying to give thumbs down, voting against the question, and trying to make it look like he's the innocent victim, but we've already seen through that. But yeah, 18 votes, 89%. Hell no, Scott is not going to retire. So obviously people know. And as was pointed out earlier in the chat, I believe Danimal said it's going to be a long day when it comes to Scunty here, since he's drinking so early. Yeah, he says, Scunty drinking this early, just wait for the day to progress. This will probably get very sloppy. Well, I look forward to anything that he might want to produce to have me review, because obviously that's his 15 minutes of shame there. And just laugh at him further and have everyone here enjoy themselves. Bam says, doesn't watch yet talks about his double chin and working out. LOL. Exactly. We see all through it. It's very, very clear. So, he can't trick us. And I'm sure that Simo is watching, as is YR. The other day, he even admitted he was on a call with, I think it was Danny and YR. And then he made a video, addressing what I was doing in my show and so forth. So it shows the rats, as always, still are, in the background and all that. But it's very clear that, they really have no power. And YR, again, with his little release of the video today, trying what he did in the past, is try to release funny videos to try to sort of get people softened up. And sort of believing that he's changed his stripes. We already know, Scott just admitted. They're still talking full time in the background. And anyone who's talking to Scott at this point, they're fully aware of what's gone down, and clearly they've sided with him and sided with evil. So that basically is the truth of the matter, and regardless of what Skunt would like to believe, we see right through that. So there's the result of the poll there. Everyone actually knows that it's more, but Skunt has his little fake accounts in here. So either way, just a reminder, Skunty, that yes, you're not retiring. We know that you're a liar. You're going to continue to be destroyed, exposed, hemmed, racked, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, Nikki9 says, LOL, YR released a video. Good, I can unleash finally. Oh, better watch out there, YR, because Nikki9 has been, he's been looking for an opportunity to lay the smacketh down upon your candy ass. But now that we've gotten through that fucking joke, we'll let Skunty, continue to drink and get all riled up and all that. And now let's go on to the main course of today, the Boston Bento Box with social justice sake. So the other day, this was brought to my attention. Joe Cronin made a video called Anything Goes. Actually, before we do that, what I would like to do is show you this image. Oops, no, let's try this again. Just to set the scene, as you know. There we go. Bam. If you look at the graphic that I'm just about to display, the red arrows are pointing to breaks, holes in the false face, if you want to call it that. Focaccia, whatever. Stelle. But, yeah. So, it's not just one, but two holes that were created due to the lack of self-restraint. Also, shout out to C-Man in the chat there. He says, oh God, I heard some of Joe's stream was a rough listen at points. Yes, and you're going to have to go through that trauma yet again. So, I take big issue, as you know, with things that are said that are based on total ignorance, stupidity, and, Walmart Americanism. And what caught my attention, or what caught the attention of Sparrow, who brought it to my attention, was the talk on ancient Egypt. So 40 minutes in, Joe is bringing up a guy called Bright Insight. Now, first and foremost, Joe, show some fucking respect. This guy served in Iraq, okay, in the Second Gulf War, and he protected actual Babylonian historical sites, things that ISIS and other groups were destroying, okay? The history that belongs to the rest of the world. So, show some fucking respect and understand that that duty that he did is a duty that he did for all of us. And then you want to act like you know. Big problem. Especially when you could have had it all, Joe. You could have had it all with Final Frontier News, and you won't even debate me. So, let's go.
Yeah, Jeffrey, that was crazy. That's why a lot of people weren't doing anything. They were like, I'll just sit at home. I'm not going to do anything. That's what people thought. Thank you, man. And Gerald Armstrong is our top dog. So last night I was watching. So I like to watch a lot of shit, right? You guys know this. I like to watch a lot of conspiracy stuff. You know, I don't believe everything, okay? I don't believe everything. I believe like not even half. But what I do is
No, Joe, you stand for nothing, which is why you fall for everything.
Enjoy the talk. And half the time, if somebody's talking about bullshit, I'll be like, okay, like, even though I don't think what they're saying is real or true or whatever, even though that's the case, I will learn a bunch of shit about stuff. And sometimes there's a few things that I learn that are important that I didn't know about. And one of the funniest things ever to me was this guy on YouTube. His name is called Bright Insight. Bright Insight. This guy believes. So what he does a lot.
He has some good videos. He has some other videos that are real, just basic stuff like, you know, did you know that your clothing has this other use and blah, blah, blah. You know, those videos and stuff. But he also goes to these locations. He also discusses, you know, these topics to a very large degree and with some knowledge on the topic, unlike Joe.
He talks about how, Egypt is much older than we think, and all these things are these older things than we think, and we don't...
Things, a lot of things. Could you be a little more specific, sir? Because I could.
No, and whatever,
Or whatever. And this is how you know, ladies and gentlemen, that this person should be disallowed, should be barred from speaking on these topics.
I was loving watching this guy, but as I'm watching him, I'm always thinking like, this is not, like, what you're doing isn't true or right or wrong. It's wrong, or you're jumping to assumptions about shit. It's so weird. And
it's so weird.
It was like, I had to send it to Leah.
Really? To your fucking liberal wife. The one who can't see reason, who basically denied all the different things that Trump accomplished, and that literally guilts you into not thinking for yourself.
And, Leah picked it apart like crazy and was like, you want to know why that's wrong? And then Leah...
Oh, I can't wait to destroy you both. Let's continue.
It would go into why, and I'm like, man, Leah destroys this guy. But one of the things...
Just a reminder, people, I've been studying Egypt since I was 5 years old. That I remember. But that's the thing, I've always been fascinated by ancient Egypt. And I am the type of person that does believe in past lives and the ability to pick up on memorial resonance, if you want to call it that. Look, there's something called the collective unconscious or collective subconscious, and it's been proven. Monkeys that were taught a certain skill in North America, within a few weeks, hundreds of thousands of miles away in Australia, monkeys somehow picked up that skill without even being shown. This exists, okay? I know what I'm talking about, and I've studied it impeccably. So, unlike saying, things and whatever, I can actually pull up actual facts from my brain. That's right. So let's continue.
That I didn't need Leah for was the other day we were watching this, and I busted out laughing my balls off because in one video he's like, here's how things are similar in the earth or whatever, like it's like just so circumstantial. But then in another video he's like talking about the Egyptians, and he's like, how could they make these tombs and these rocks and stuff with just a rock? And they start banging on the rock, and you'll see what I mean in a second. I'm gonna show you exactly what I'm talking about. So here's the video, and this guy is fucking hilariously obnoxious. It's like I love this guy in a way, but I don't. He's ridiculous. This guy has 1 million subs.
What I'm about to show you will likely blow your mind because
he's jealous, obviously. He's jealous. He's saying, oh, this guy has 1 million subs, but he's so stupid. How could he get 1 million subs? I know more than this guy, blah, blah, blah. Pathetic. And you're going to be exposed as being factually incorrect. But this is another thing, is that why, for the love of God, would you say this guy's obnoxious and he looks annoying? It's like, would you say the same thing about Stephen Hawking's? Would you just dismiss his intelligence and his contribution just because of the way he looks or the way he sounds? You're going for ad hominems here. You're basically dismissing a topic based solely on the messenger. Now, you know that's fucking stupid. You know that. And yet you're going to do it? Judges, please keep track of these violations in the rules.
And he's always talking about, like, what I'm going to show you will blow your mind. This is absolutely unbelievable. And it's like, it's really...
What do you fucking care what he sounds like? I mean, yeah, the guy is straight. He is divorced. But the thing is, though, you know, Joe is obviously trying to point towards the fact that this guy is, you know, sounding effeminate or something like that. He's clean shaven and all that. He's well kempt. I mean, like, if that makes you gay, then I guess there's a lot of gay people out there more than, you know, the truth. But I mean, that's what Joe is doing here with this. It's pathetic. It's like, oh, well, this guy looks kind of wonky, so I can't believe he's got 1 million views. It's like, well, what if there wasn't any video and people just heard his voice and just examined his evidence and they subscribed because of that? Maybe it's because of the content of the message and not what the messenger looks like. Could that maybe be it?
Really not.
because by the end of this video, you will have seen overwhelming evidence that a mysteriously long-lost ancient human civilization once spanned virtually our entire planet. And the implications of that are incredible, because it means that what we were taught in school, and is still being taught and written about in the textbooks, is like really off from what actually occurred in our human history, which is both...
So he says that, and it's like, oh, wow, what's he about to tell us? But really, then he just goes into a bunch of videos that are like, look, the pyramid steps are the same everywhere, like in whatever. And then he says, you know,
what do you mean?
Skyscrapers all around the world, you know, are all, we mimic each other because, you know, somebody created the first skyscraper in Chicago, and so the rest of the earth now has skyscrapers. So he thinks it was a global society way, way back when that we don't know about, which it could be. That could be true.
You're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron. You are a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron, and for good measure, you're a fucking moron, okay? 5 times, just for you. The evidence is beyond overwhelming, you fucking moron. If you had ever bothered to fucking get your head out of your ass and you would have let me run Final Frontier News as it should have been, because you know I know how to do it right, you would have learned that just from my words alone, because you don't read. Information is anathema to you. And ignorance is your bliss. You're a fucking moron. Wait till I start doing Darkest Realms, where I will give you definitive proof of the connections of a worldwide ancient civilization.
But his video is just so like, it's like, look, people built pyramids. Like, okay, this is the most basic structure that humans can make.
Okay, you're saying this based on what? How can you state such a message? without providing some sort of background.
All humans with the same genetic code.
You're saying this based on what? We already know that the out of Africa theory is trash. That essentially although the world was populated with different types of hominids, that essentially each race developed on its own. And in fact, there's races that went extinct. There's what they were referring to a few years back as the Hobbit race that was found in Southeast Asia. There are similar races that apparently were documented in Africa, in South America, in the territory of Oceania, so basically the Pacific. There's tons of cases like that. So again, you're just spitting out of your ass shit that you don't even know about.
With the same capabilities. Like, we all learn to walk at some point. We all learn...
At some point. Can you explain to me why chariots developed in the Caucasus Mountains but didn't develop there, say, in Africa or Southeast Asia? Or maybe Western Europe? No, you can't.
Learn to do this. Like, at one point he goes into doorways. He's like, look at these wall structures.
I'll be discussing more of in a moment.
Okay, so he's referring now to, well, there's several locations he's referring to. Tiwanaku, Sauku, hold on. Mesoamerican languages are really challenging for me to pronounce. Sauku... Saswa? Let's see if this puts it up. No, I can't remember the name. I'll find it for you. But yeah, he's referring to this here. So let me show you the site that he's referring to. Actually, let me show you. Okay, so this is the location he's referring to. I'm going to show you other locations as well. But this is, you've seen this photo and stuff. You've seen this location before, I'm sure. And just to give a little bit more perspective in regards to size. And then finally, let's take a nice large shot of the entire complex. Now, this is fucking incredible. Yes, people in the chat are also aghast to what Joe said. Basic? Pyramids are a basic structure? Yes, Joe seems to think that the technique to make pyramids is just so easy that everyone can do it. You know, it's not like later kingdoms tried to emulate the old kingdoms, well, what supposedly was made in the old kingdoms, the pyramids, and they failed miserably. These things collapsed under their own weight. They didn't have the same level of engineering that they had in the past, which doesn't make sense because, as we know, normally, as time goes on, technology progresses. That's right, Animal. GED. Are you down with GED? You know he is. All right, Tom, it goes to Tommy's Barber, says, imagine trying to create that with just hand tools and no modern machinery. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Moments, but
he's like, look, these wall structures are all the same.
Yes, actually, the thing is, what he's showing right now is that this location here in Peru, their building structure, and if you take a look at this, for example, this automatically proves what I'm saying. But look, it's next to impossible to create that today. These things didn't require any mortar between the seams. So on top of being extremely stable and strong, they actually were built with all these angles, because if you understand where it was built, you understand that essentially the area is full of earthquakes, tremors, and it's essentially sitting on a fault line. So with all these different vertices, all these interconnecting locations and surfaces, especially when put together so finely that not even a fucking razor blade or sewing needle can fit through that, that actually can counteract earthquakes and ensure that a structure remains standing no matter, or, you know, essentially to some of the higher level earthquakes. So I want to keep track of the chat here because I know some people are adding some stuff.
They're all the same.
And yes, this building technique, because you'll find it, again, this whole mystery of, you know, the newer stuff looks shittier and shittier. This automatically is an indication that technology was higher in the past, and obviously some of it was lost, and different ruling powers came into play. But the technique that you're looking at right now is seen not just in Egypt, not just in Central and Southern America. It's seen in places like Japan. It's seen in places like Siberia, Russia, and even some places in the Middle East.
Same in like 5 different places. How could they do this in Japan and in Peru and in this other place? So he basically goes into like, oh, look at these wall structures. These are like Egypt, Peru, and Japan. Wow. Like, oh.
Yeah, and the building structures also use identical building strategies. And the techniques are, again, identical. I'm just trying to find a graphic here, people. Okay, I'll show another one. I got a few graphics here.
Oh, well, my God. Like, and it was like, okay, so humans like fucking stack blocks. Like, that's like the most basic thing.
No, it's not the most basic thing, because if they're not stacked properly, they can fall. So where does the technique come from to create such structures that have lasted for at least officially 6,000 years, according to the Great Pyramid, or according to mainstream media of the Great Pyramid, so 6,000 years, and yet we can't replicate that today?
Like, the people go, look, I put block on other block. Like, this isn't, to me, this doesn't prove.
To you, you know, fucking unicorns exist. I don't know. Something stupid. Whatever. Insert fucking retarded statement into brackets. To you, to the guy that doesn't read books, the guy who had to get a GED, the guy who fucking would rather have, like, listen to a podcast or a fucking documentary than, you know, do some research. What authority do you have to even talk on this?
That we were all connected and learned from each other, like back in the day. It doesn't not prove that either. It just doesn't prove it, though. It's just like, okay.
You know what proves it? Well, we could. Well, there's a lot of stuff we could talk about. Obviously, building techniques. There's alignments from one site to another across oceans. There's alignments to the cardinal points. There's alignments to star systems. There's essentially the symbolism that we find with the same structures, whether it be in Easter Island with the stone carvings of men who are looking out. Well, some of them are looking out to sea, some of them are looking inland. But you'll see that their hands are wrapped around their bellies. And if you take a look at essentially what is officially now the oldest site ever found, built around a little after 12,500 BC, which is apparently when the last main cataclysm happened, or last major cataclysm happened. Statues there displaying the exact same thing, with the large-headed, bearded statues with their hands on their bellies. There are structures actually in the high desert of America that have figures that are, again, carved exactly the same. Big heads, beards, hands on belly. And a lot of the time, you'll see, actually, you'll also see that in Sumeria and later on in Babylon, but you'll also see the handbag. That's a very interesting thing we'll talk about at some point in the future, but the handbag is always included as well in some capacity. So, just as a side note, yeah, we got to consider this a bigger picture. And yes, Jay Diz, I know that you're just embarrassed for him. You got the hand over face emoji, and we're all feeling that too. But we've got to review this. Oops.
What the fuck? And then he's like, look, Egypt and this other place have this tomb. See this tomb on the left and right? That's Japan. That's Egypt. They weren't connected at the time. They had no idea about each other. They supposedly didn't know about each other. But look at their sarcophaguses are similar. It's like, well, but that doesn't mean that they actually did connect and that
No, appearance doesn't mean anything. But when you start to take a look at building techniques, for one, and the rest that I was referring to, things start to correlate quite well. People will look at their screen right now. This is actually from Egypt. It's granite right there. And you need essentially diamond tip blades to do that. Okay, and that type of blade, a round circular blade, needs to maintain a certain number of RPMs to actually be effective to cut that smoothly. In fact, it's been estimated that some of these carvings, which I'll show further later, that they need such, although we can produce it, we're not using it right now in construction because the RPMs for the blades go much faster than stuff that we use today. We can build that stuff if it's technically feasible. But, the fact is, these things were outputting more effectiveness and obviously higher technology than what we have today. So this is something that he's totally ignoring. Let's take a look at this. Not as fine, but still, to produce this sort of production, to accomplish this, requires not just skill. Where does skill come from? Experience, obviously. But it also needs resources. For what? For the actual devices and tools that are necessary to accomplish this. So whether it be a device that can essentially scrape, like the image on the left is showing, scrape along rock and either melt it away or cut it away and leave those striations, or upper right corner, perfectly circular hole cut from one side of the stone to the other, also displaying striations, rougher cut than the previous image, not the one on the left, but the previous image, but still displaying, obviously, a technology that is quite capable, a technology that technically did not exist in ancient Egypt. Which, when people said ancient Egypt, they got to be specific, the Old Kingdom. Okay. Now, in the bottom image, bottom right, what you see is a flat cut. And there are stones that are probably 15, 20 feet tall, and they've been sliced by some sort of blade, just like this image here, but some sort of blade that was probably 30 to 40 feet tall. So its diameter was 30 to 40 feet of a diamond-tipped blade in ancient Egypt. And obviously, they needed a power source that could run that fast enough to cut through this material. Let's go back to the video here.
There's some mystery thing. They just fucking built graves for people. Like, another thing that we all do. Like, that we all could just decide to do.
First of all, how do you base this premise that the pyramids were graves? Because anyone with a brain realizes, no, they're not graves. Were they later adopted in the newer kingdoms as graves? Yes. But a mastaba has always been established as the proper funerary location for a body. Later on, because of what were the bandits and all the grave robbers and stuff, they had to do something like in the kingdom, the Valley of the Dead, which basically is just a bunch of temples that are built into the rock, and that's where you find Tutankhamun's grave. It's built directly into the rock, and as such makes it a lot more difficult for someone to locate an actual grave as well as to plunder it. So this image that I'm showing right here, they said it was some sort of bowl, mainstream scientists. That's rock, okay, people? That's a hard black rock. It's not ebonite. I can't remember what it was, but that was found in Egypt. That wasn't carved by hand, okay? And in fact, it's not a bowl. Probably belonged to some sort of assembly, may have been some sort of wheel to turn a contraption, or potentially something that was used in a turbine to move something. But yeah, this is something that can't be explained by modern science. In fact, this is what is now being referred to as an UPA, an out of place. Oh, fuck. Why am I back? Well, it's Friday. UPART. Yeah, UPART. Out of place artifact. There we go. That's why. Okay, so OOP and then art for artifact. So out of place artifact. There's a lot of different examples of those things, such as the Antikythera mechanism, which was actually a mechanical computer that was built around 2nd century BC, so somewhere in the 200s BC. And this could calculate the movement of the stars, direction, heading, calendar, all sorts of things. There's a lot of different examples of this stuff. The Baghdad battery is another example of a out-of-place artifact. But let's continue here.
Body dies, I put it in box in ground. It seems to be something people do.
No, actually, the earliest graves that have been found so far seem to indicate that people would just dig a hole in the ground, and they would lay sometimes reeds and stuff on there. They'd dress the body, put it down, put some trinkets and maybe a sacrificed animal, and then they would bury it. Those are the earliest things, not to make this massive contraption, especially if he's referring to the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid has no actual hieroglyphics inside. Some will try to claim that there was hieroglyphics found in an area that was cut open by the British explorers that were allowed to plunder. And those are definitely where they came from. But the fact is that the Great Pyramid of Giza was not a grave.
It's just built up in their makeup. Then he goes into these things. Anyway, again, this is all so circumstantial, but he's like doing the Ancient Aliens thing where he's like, this is unbelievable. We knew each other. We knew there's something to this. How did this happen on Easter Island and in Peru? How did they build these similar structures? It's like, dude, they put blocks on top of each other.
People, listen to the simplicity of this man's mind. This is why we're not fucking, like, we don't have a base on Titan. Okay? Why we're not having a station on Pluto. This is just, it's unreal. And dude, man. Final Frontier News, man, you wasted that. You wasted it. And you just look so dumb talking about this.
So let me get to the point of this video of what I'm ranting about here. And I like this guy still, but it's just like I don't believe that it's this obvious, you know. So now he's about to show you Egyptian sculptures right here. So now he's going to compare an Egyptian sculpture here to like an Indian look of something from India. And he goes on to talk about these.
Okay, you fucking idiot. Right now what he's showing is he's showing Tutankhamun's burial mask, the one that everyone is familiar with. In fact, I'll just take a picture of this. This is insulting. This is insulting. How dare you? How dare you fucking go into this without fucking knowing it, and then you insult these fucking grand cultures that have so much history and so much for us to learn from, and you're just being a fucking Walmart American. Okay. Hold on a second. This deserves ridicule, people. Trust me. This deserves ridicule. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. This is what he's showing right now. We have the burial mask of Tutankhamun on the... Oops, that's not what I wanted. That does come into play in a moment, though. I don't know why I fucking transitioned to that. But it should be transitioning to what you should be seeing right now, which is the burial masks. Okay. On the left, Tutankhamun's burial mask. In the middle, this is an Incan burial mask. And on the right, you have the supposed mask of King Agamemnon of Crete. Okay, not Greece, you fucking moron. Yes, it's considered now proper, but Crete, though, was a separate empire. Now, basically, the mask on the far right preceded Tutankhamun by about 200 to 300 years. Okay, that's one. Now, then there's the mask in the middle, the Incan mask. That basically was made around 1360 A.D. Okay? So, Joe is ignoring the point that's being made in regards to the use of funeral masks, how gold is used by the culture, symbolism of this. He's not understanding the discussion here. And he thinks that they're all of the same period, but they're not. And because of that, he thinks, oh, well, they all should look the same. No, they shouldn't. No, they shouldn't. But it's amazing to hear this, but let's continue.
He goes, look at the craftsmanship of these. They're all very similar.
Well, they are in several different ways, including symbolism, use of gold. Does this guy really think that, like, just because it looks different, the techniques used to smelt the gold, for example, aren't the same? The same trace minerals are found in them, the same usage.
Like, they all are similar. But it's like, what do you mean they're all similar?
What you mean is you want them to look identical so that literally your fucking simple mind can have the square go into the square hole and it makes sense for you, you know?
The Egyptians fucking blew these guys away.
Well, one of those was 200, 300 years prior to the Egyptians. So, you think maybe that has something to do with it? The other, located, I guess 3,000 miles away, in a different part of the world with different resources. And yet, strange enough, all their stone monuments all have the same style of building.
Like, so he thinks that we're all connected because we all did this. Like, this is, there was some global society back then. And it's like, dude, first of all, if there is, they didn't learn from the Egyptians very well, because look at the Egyptians' work. The Egyptians' metalworking was insane. Look at this. This is metalwork over there on the left. We're talking about they're melting shit and sculpting stuff. And on the right, it's more of like banging with a hammer more. Like, look at how beautiful the Egyptians were compared to Greece and
300 years
Peru.
prior.
I think you'd have a better chance of talking about how advanced Egyptians were compared to everybody else at this time, because these are all from the same time period, right? Look at the Egyptians blowing it away. But I show you this to now show you his next video, where he basically says in his other video, another video later on, he goes on to say,
by the way,
there's no way.
By the way, the place I can't pronounce, that I still can't pronounce, so I'm going to try to read it. Sacsayhuaman. 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 That's the place.
That the Egyptians built the pyramids because they didn't have the tools necessary to do it. And let me show you what I mean.
Let me destroy you in a moment.
The ancient Egyptians are far more mysterious than most people realize, as they left us...
No, they're not. They're like the most fucking studied thing there is.
...with literally zero...
What are you fucking talking about, you fucking moron? The most studied... Okay, again, how are you basing that off of? How? I mean, if there's still so many questions about them, how have they been studied so intensely, and yet there's so little understood about them?
Explanation of any kind as to how they cut and carved the tens of millions of stone blocks that make up the pyramids, and the countless thousands of solid stone statues and obelisks that have been...
So now he goes on to say, we have no idea how the Egyptians carved stone and manipulated stone. So,
yeah, Joe, explain this image that's going to come up here. Why don't you tell me how your primitive little tools, which I will be showing after I display this just for a moment. So, we'll skip right to the advanced work, okay? So this sort of sculpting here, and this is actually a little more primitive to the ones that I've got that I'm going to show after, but I've got a lot of images here, so I'm just making my way through them so I can find the image that I wanted to tell you, but, that's another nice one. But can you explain to me how that image that was just displayed was created by these sorts of tools? Which reminds me, let me just get the kill shot ready to go here, because it's going to come up in a moment where I get gold. Actually, yes. Oops.
So now he goes to a location with a bunch of people and says, we tried to simulate what it would be like back then to cut and carve the stone with rocks.
Yes, with rocks. And that was one of the many tools that they used to do this. Okay? They also used what's being displayed right now. Copper tools. Okay, you can obviously tell that because of the oxidation, and we know that copper turns that bluish green when it oxidizes. This will be important in a moment.
That they would have used. And now watch this.
This is what we need, a whole team.
Look, it's having no effect on the rock. How could they have done any of this?
Oh my god. I mean, they are getting into it, but man, are you arthritic yet?
Also very disingenuous, because he's actually, it looks like this is potentially, actually I can't tell if it's sandstone or limestone, but it looks very porous and weak. Although it looks hard, it doesn't look like, the granite, for example, that we find lining a ton of the interior chambers or casings on the outside. But let's continue.
It's starting to suck. It's starting to suck. It's really starting to suck. It hurts, Mark?
Here it comes, people. Here it comes.
They use tools, you fucking idiot.
You fucking idiot. These tools here made of copper. Do you know how hard copper is? Or how, I should say, how weak it is? And you're expecting to cut, for example, something like, hold on. Where'd it go? Oh, there we go. Oops. Like that. You're expecting to use those little tools to cut, I believe that's ebonite. It's one of the denser, or is it alabaster? Whatever. This is a supposed sarcophagus, obviously not, in a temple around the Great Pyramid complex, and it's literally perfect. The angle that it was created, and there's no way that it could have been brought in. The structure was built around and over it. There's no way this shit could have been moved, but it's there. And the sarcophagus cover, it couldn't have been lifted by what we have. Placed so delicately there. Copper tools cannot do that. Okay, remember, this is old kingdom now. The newer kingdoms, nothing close to this level of accuracy, technology use, beauty, nothing. Or, how about, where is that next one? How about, just had it. Whatever. Well, no, I'll do a different one. Okay, so back to the tools that supposedly created this stuff.
They use fucking tools, you fucking idiot.
These tools, Joe? These tools?
This guy, they didn't bang rocks on rocks. You just showed in your other video.
You just showed your total lack of knowledge when it comes to metallurgy, you fucking moron. Your total fucking ignorance on metals, on their densities, their structures, on what they were used for.
The unbelievable metalworking, which was used by wedges and pickaxes and steel rods.
Ear.
Like, dude, you're fucking.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must scratch that disc. Did you catch that? Did you listening right now catch that piece of gold? And that image that I showed prematurely earlier was referencing that. I was hoping to surprise it, but if you paid attention, you know exactly what I'm referring to. I'm sure that you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure there are some people here who know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's rewind. I want you to listen. Oops, I'm on the wrong video. Let's rewind and listen to him once more.
And steel rods.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at this image. Let's go with, because Joe is a CNN type of guy, well-known American, goes with what the mainstream media says. The Great Pyramid of Giza was supposedly completed. When was the completion date? It was constructed 2600 BC. So basically, it would have been in the Bronze Age, as we were discussing earlier. We had copper and then we had bronze. Initially, obviously, started with copper and then they moved on. But it wasn't like instantly, though. So obviously, as you got closer to 1200 BC, bronze became more used. But it's copper with tin that's been smelted together. After the Bronze Age came the Iron Age, from about 1200 BC to 300 current era, or AD. Venture. So, Joe thinks that steel was available when the pyramids were supposedly completed in their construction. Now, looking into this, you'll find out that steel actually, a combination of iron with carbon, not the common day steel, but mixing iron, which was obviously common during the Iron Age, with carbon and, a forge and using certain levels of heat, would produce what would be called Watts iron or Watts steel, very similar to Damascus steel. So we know that there's a potential that steel existed very possibly some point 1000 BC, maybe about 1200, but that seems to be the more accepted consensus. But Joe is now essentially trying to convince us that they had steel tools and used them in the manner that is described by mainstream, which is literally a chisel and a hammer. And if you understand logistics, if you understand basic masonry, you'd understand that you can't make the perfection that you have with the Great Pyramids with those types of tools. It's impossible. Plus, the story of trying to, of using slaves to build such an important structure falls on its face with how ridiculous it is. So clearly, and a lot of people have come out and spoken about this, is that it's impossible that the pyramids were built by slaves. The effort that went into them, the quality of the craftsmanship, it all points towards the fact that this was all done coordinated and by willing parties.
Not fucking boom, boom. Like, dude, you're fucking showing... What you're showing is caveman stuff. You're showing the cavemen. This is caveman, not the Egyptians.
Well, what do you call... They'd be using the same technique with these things. These chisels here? These are copper chisels. They're not even bronze, dude. They're copper chisels. You know how copper is fairly malleable, right? Can bend easy. I mean...
How could you not know this? You actually...
How can you not know this?
Went there. This guy went there and doesn't know this.
By the way, you're, again, ignoring the fact that this is what mainstream media actually, or mainstream history tells you, is that they literally took either blocks or stones or fucking round balls of copper and literally hammered away at these stones to make them perfectly smooth and level, that, you use a laser on it and it tells you it's a perfect 90-degree. No.
How could they craft with precision metalworking this Egyptian photo that you yourself said, look at how amazing this is, and then in another video around the same time period you say, how could they have shaped and carved the rocks? Look at how hard it is, boom, boom with rock. You idiot asshole.
How do they do this, Joe? How do they do... Actually, this is actually Peru. But, yeah, let's take a look at this. Look at this. Look at this. We've seen... You know what, Joe? We've seen similar perfect angles in Egypt, but this is Peru. This is Peru right here. This is obviously... this is from, I believe, Tiwanaku. And the structure itself right now lies in ruins. But it was built with absolute perfection, and the techniques that it was built with seem to indicate that it was made just like Saksayhuaman, or Saksayhuaman, which was made to endure severe earthquakes. And apparently, well, that site of Tiwanaku actually was destroyed because... The last large cataclysm was so bad that it toppled this building that was made to endure the harshest stuff. So there's that. Let's take a look at another We've seen that. Again, tell me how you make that with your little copper tools or even your bronze tools. How do you expect to cut stone to that level of accuracy and smoothness with simply copper or bronze? I would very much like to know. Or how would you accomplish this? Just continue to tap away? Would you be able to gauge the inside as to its diameter to determine if it's even, if it'll fit the the necessary purpose, or even this? Even this. I'd love for you to explain this. This is in Egypt, I believe Luxor, and again, you have technology that shouldn't exist in that time to create this sort of thing. But we've already seen the tools that we're referring to. These ones here, the copper ones, the bronze ones. They can't do that. They can't do this. And they certainly can't do this. This is in Peru. I want to go into this in the future, but basically there's several sites in Peru where it looks like literally the rock was cut right out from, the blocks were cut right out from the rock. Like, if you've ever used one of those, I don't even know what they're called. They're made to cut styrofoam. It's like, basically, it's a piece of metal that's made hot, and, you just slice through styrofoam, and you can make, you can actually cut out a shape that you want and stuff. But it literally scoops it out. And that's what you're seeing with this image here. And let's see. Is there one more I was going to show? Oh, this is I believe this is it's Tiwanaku reconstructed. If the temple hadn't, been destroyed, but it seems like the temple was destroyed from the cataclysm, not from the subsequent invasions from the Spanish. Although what was left was basically, cannonballed or shot at, chopped at, destroyed. Well, let's continue.
Retard. They had fucking tools. Let's find them. Let's take a look at some of the tools. I believe these are some of them. I could be wrong. Apparently these are some of the tools. Those are some of them. Where's some more? I mean, dude. I want to say that
you become
here's another one.
A shit bomb.
They had plenty of sophisticated tools during the Bronze Age.
Exactly, Gerald Armstrong. Exactly. This guy's on crack. Here's one of them. Thank you, Gerald Armstrong. Thank you, man, for the donations. Here's one, allegedly.
Well,
but
he's showing a copper chisel. A copper chisel.
Hanging rocks onto rocks.
Because that's also how they said that they created some of these things.
Oh, my God. They had wedges and things. And by the way, where's the video? Okay, so this is what they're talking about. This was, I don't know the full details of this, but this was one of those obelisks or things that they built. And what happened is they actually went to take it out. This was the biggest obelisk they were ever going to make. Like, this was the biggest one. They tried to do the biggest one, bigger and bigger and bigger than any other one they'd ever made. And it cracked as they tried to get it out, they think. So they just left it. That's why they never ended up raising this out of the ground. Because they were like, oh, shit. They tried to go big and they had to go home, the Egyptians. And so they just left it here. And the guy's like, look at the fine curves. Look at the precision of the.
I believe that's at the Aswan Quarry. That's where they got a fair bit of the rocks. And the thing is, though, it's hundreds of miles away from the Giza Plateau. It's not easy to transport these things, but they did it, strangely.
Sides of the walls and stuff. It's like, yeah, they took fucking steel and shit and were like, boom, 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 hammering it until...
Steel, huh? No. According to mainstream science, the one that you basically belong to the cult of, the Great Pyramids were completed well prior to the advent of anything close to Watt steel or anything that involved mixing iron with additional carbon to create a stronger blend. And if you subscribe to my line of thought, you understand that the pyramids were probably built at the end of the last cataclysm, and as such precede the official creation of steel by thousands of years. But it still doesn't explain the fact that you don't use steel to cut fucking rock, dude. What are you, fucking stupid? Like all these what are they called? Fucking these blades, like they're carbide, mixed with other, they're alloys, metal alloys to make them stronger, and a lot of the time they come, diamond tipped. If you're cutting through, heavy, strong stone, and you need to find a proper, cut. But it still has to be finished when you cut it like that. These things were basically cut in from the get-go and made to perfection.
It was even all around. Plus, this stone that they hammered on.
What tools did they have to make it even? So again, the perfection that you find in Egyptian architecture and structures and such. In fact, you find the Fibonacci sequence everywhere. Their statues are actually symmetrical. They're not asymmetrical. We all know that our faces are not symmetrical. They're not equal on either side. Slightly variated, on either side. These statues literally fit the Fibonacci ratio perfectly. Fibonacci sequence, or the perfect ratio. You're not going to find finer engineered architecture than Egypt.
Here isn't as thick.
So what are you referencing to say these are the tools necessary that would allow them to accomplish this?
As the other stone anyway.
Because this is the same guy who literally thinks it's just pyramids are basic structures, and it's just natural for men to stack rocks on top of each other.
But it's just like, I get it though. Like, I still think weird shit about Egyptians and back in the day, and I wonder myself about stuff. I definitely think that Egypt is older than we think, and that stuff goes back further than we know. And I do think there was some kind of connection that we don't know about, and how the world worked back in the day. We definitely don't know. There is definitely some missing history that's wicked interesting.
So how does ridiculing what this guy looks like or sounds like advance your argument?
But this made me die laughing. The fact that he was like,
are you still laughing that your wife voted for Biden over Trump? I mean, I know that you don't vote. You tell everyone to vote, but you don't vote. But you still laughing at that with those gas prices and stuff?
In another video around the same time was like, yo, look at how amazing the craftsmanship of Egyptians was. And then, like, he's like, look at this.
Dunkachino?
They,
don't mind if I do.
They used rocks.
What's my name? Dunkachino. It's a whole new game. Dunkachino. You want creamy goodness? I'm your friend. Say hello to my chocolate blend.
I genuinely don't get the hate for new metal. I feel like it's a great genre that brought a lot of innovation to metal and a lot of bangers.
Yeah, I think people got sick. It's like anything WW shit on. It's like disco. But after about 8 thing,
what's my goodness?
It's like Dysterious.
Thing I've noticed. Let me tell you this. I'll tell you this. Being 37 now, some of the older people listening know what I'm talking about. Anybody 30 years old and older knows what I'm talking about. or maybe 35 and older. Thank you for the donation. By the way, if you guys want to donate, there's a link for Streamlabs at the top of the chat. Use that link if you want, and you can. All the donation amounts are listed down below. You guys can try dropping a funny dono or something like that. Say something funny, drop a topic, drop whatever you want, do whatever, and I'll get the money today, and I can go buy tampons and food. So that'll be fun to buy food today because I'm kind of hungry. But thank you for the super chats. I just won't get them till the 20th. No, what's up? Kiss the Disco song. What up, Drew Chronic? How you doing, man? Got the life, corn. No, so it's like this. Do you remember at some point in the late 90s or early 2000s, there'd be references to 80s metal, right? 80s hair bands. It'd be like, it's my guilty pleasure. And it was like silly that somebody liked an 80s metal band or a Twisted Sister or something like that.
No, that's just wrong. Also, there is a reason for this to be reviewed, so.
Remember that? You know what I mean? There was like a weird, like, oh, I still like hair metal. Like, it's like weird. And then in the 90s, it was disco, right? In the early 90s, mid 90s, people would shit on disco like crazy. We shit on disco. We were like, fuck disco, right? And then after that, it was like, fuck 80s hair metal after that, right? And then I want to say during the nu metal era, I kind of think we sort of shit on grunge a bit, right? But the grunge era didn't last as long, but I feel like that was the point where we made fun of grunge, you know? But not really. Grunge actually got off pretty easy for some reason. We didn't shit on grunge as much. Grunge just kind of softly tiptoed out of the room, you know? Grunge was like slowly like, all right, I'll see you later. You know, like, because even
Oh my God.
Icy MK, thank you for saying that, man. I agree. I am not an expert. And there are things that he's right about, and I like that he opens my mind a bit, but he also is ridiculous. That's
like when you try to do Final Frontier News with nobody who's competent, like that.
the thing about Bright Insight. And he has almost 2 million subscribers. And I'm retarded, and I just showed you like how dumb that is.
No, you're retarded, which is why you can't show how dumb that is. And it just proves that he has 2 million subscribers for a fucking reason. Because they listen to someone who actually makes an effort and isn't disingenuous like you. And you don't.
There's the tools, bro. We know what tools they used. They didn't take rocks and boom, boom, bang on stone. I'm sure they took rocks and banged on stone at the end.
Okay, well, assuming that they took those copper tools that I showed previously, how do you, purport that they created the Temple of Luxor or the Great Pyramids?
To smooth out the sides.
Because those tools would not allow for that finished product. It's impossible. You can't accomplish that. The metal won't hold up. When you understand what metallurgy is, you understand what you need to accomplish this sort of feat. And this sort of feat isn't just stacking rocks on each other. It's literally creating a structure that, according to mainstream science, has been here 4,600 years. We know by logic it's been a lot more. And yet it's still fucking here. Things that were built after didn't survive. And yet the pyramids are still fucking here.
That's how you could get a nice smooth surface at the end. But to get those edges to be manipulated and to break the rock up, they were using wedges and hammers and wedges. Boom, boom, wedges. Like, they were doing crazy. No, come on.
Exactly, no. Come on. You're fucking wrong. You're living a fucking delusion.
I think there's a lot of mysterious shit about the Egyptians and back in the day, and stuff is definitely older than they say. And, all the scientists and...
Well, if that's the case, then do you want to address your knowledge on steel and your thoughts that steel chisels were used to cut slabs of stone so that they could fit so perfectly together without the use of mortar that earthquakes and potential other natural disasters have yet to affect them.
And geologists and people, like, they stick to something and then they stick with it forever because it's their job. Like, you know, their job's on the line if they were wrong. So for 30 years they lie about something until a new person comes along and can start picking holes in the whole thing. So I do think that we don't know as much as we think we know, but there are some things that, listen, dude, we definitely know that though. Like, I mean, like, come on. So
how do you definitely know that? What, is the science settled? Is that it? The science is settled? Typical East Coast white liberal bullshit line again? Well, science is settled. It's clearly that.
I think that's the thing. But yeah, you're right. I'm not qualified to tell you what is and what isn't.
Well, then you literally just fucking spoke for 20 minutes out of your ass.
In fact, Leah knows a lot more than I do.
Apparently not.
But that was one thing that I saw with my own eyes and was like, all right, well, that's not, you know. But, you know, what's more...
That's not, you know. No, I don't know. You need to finish your sentence, Mr. Cronin, so that I can understand.
Interesting is, like, how they lined up pyramids and things with space and
with space. You mean with the constellations? With the stars and the planets? You mean that? What do you mean with space?
Astrology and stuff like...
Not astrology, you stupid shit. Not astrology. Astrology is a belief in regards to the influence of the stars on a person. That has nothing to do with this.
Like that. It's like these people were...
We're talking about the constellations.
Either
specifically the houses.
They're super into astrology and into the stars and everything, like, amazingly. Because the way they line stuff up is insane.
But it was just, you know, copper chisels. Copper chisels basically will point your structure in the right direction. So literally, these things are 0.000000001 inch off from true north or something.
So it's kind of like something was known or something was back in the day was up. That we knew a lot about a lot of shit or something.
It's so, I'm going to have to rewind that. But I do take pleasure in this. I do take pleasure in this, Joe, and I hope you're listening. I think you are. But I do take pleasure in this because you trying to struggle for your words on something that you're trying to preach about is the sweetest fucking irony ever. Sweetest. You had it all, buddy. You had it all. And you fucking ruined it. And you know that Final Frontier News was basically me. Yeah, it's your shitty name and all that, but who put the effort that I did into it? In fact, who knew sufficiently to even be on that show? I did. But seems to be that, you know, it wouldn't be that way, would it? And here we are, me embarrassing you about things that you should know. And, well, it's going to continue because, well, I don't take too kindly to having history be Cronin washed.
Back in the day was up. We knew a lot about a lot of shit or something. Like, it's just, it's too weird.
Oh my God. Can you put a sentence together for fuck's sake?
But, you know, the fact that they thought, oh, how did they build this with rocks? You know, somebody else must have done it. You know, maybe somebody else. I for a while, you know what I thought was, I always thought.
Doesn't it? Why can't you just take a moment to say, okay, I'm a little flabbergasted here. Let me just take a moment to compose myself and come out with a sentence that doesn't literally stop every 3 words.
I thought that we found a few pyramids. I always thought that like a few pyramids existed and we tried to copy it. I always thought that, like, they saw them and so they...
How do you explain that from cultures that are literally separated by thousands of miles and that, according to mainstream history, never had any direct connections or contacts with each other? And were actually, in fact, separated sometimes by thousands of years. How do you explain that?
They copied it and it became a thing that people...
To copy something, you have to see an example first. If you never see that example and you create it apparently out of the blue. Does that make sense?
Copied because they were like, this is amazing, but they didn't really do it. That was something I always thought. And so, maybe that there's something to that. But as far as, banging on rocks or rocks, I mean, that doesn't make any sense, But there are some.
Zahawi Hawass was the head of the Egyptians Antiquities Foundation. Very corrupt motherfucker. Would constantly, make it look like he was open to dealing with alternative, investigators. And when they would find a chamber, and this happened several times, they would find a secret chamber no one ever found before, and right before the authorized dig and all that, he'd close it up, and they'd, no one would be allowed in there. But obviously they've been looting the sites when these things have been found. There is there are several chambers underneath the Great Sphinx, as well as inside the Sphinx, that they're well aware of, that they've basically blocked off and deny that even exist, but they've been there. And that motherfucker still holds a lot of power, but he's out of the main position right now. He's been known to fake things, lie, and obfuscate what's been found. But Joe would never even know his fucking name if you asked him.
But I agree that some things are cut. Like, you can't believe how they did some of the things, and so that I'm interested in. But using the example of they couldn't have done this because they were banging rocks on rocks and it doesn't do anything. It's like, well, that's not true. That's not what they used. They had tools, So, but there are some things that they crafted that
This is retarded. The way he just washes right over it. Yeah, well, they had tools. Okay, great. Let's look at those tools. Copper. Okay, maybe even bronze. A little harder. Okay, well, let's take a look at the materials. Granite, sandstone. Okay, let's take a look at the angle of differentiation on the scale, i.e. how flat the cut is. First of all, you don't have lasers back then. You can't figure this out even by touch, even by look. You never know if it's 100%. These things are cut 100%. But you don't know. So just simple bronze and copper tools, chipping away at it day and night by a slave who is being pressured to do this and, is really, living something he enjoys and dedicating his efforts. And no, he's worried about his, his life and all that. He's really going to be doing a perfect job, right? You got to add all these things together and follow them through, Joe. Follow them through. By the way, the look on the image right now, I think, is very pertinent to Joe. It's a very belligerent, childlike look, like, I'm going to get away with this. You're not going to get away with it. Destroyer of walls. But let's continue.
we have no idea. Like, it's just insane. Remember the crystal skull stuff with, I know people saw Indiana Jones, but.
My God. I hate it when people fucking just reference pop culture. I fucking shat on Scunty the other day for doing the exact same thing, that they just default to fucking, pop culture. It's like, you do know that the crystal skulls were found and understood basically, 60 plus years prior to the invention of Indiana Jones. And of course Indiana Jones has taken influence from there, but if the only way you understand the esoteric and occult is through your exposure to fucking movies, you're fucking pathetic and have no right to talk about it. Fuck, I remember going to the library as a kid. Does that make you mad, Scunty, that I went to the library as a kid? Going to the library as a kid and going and finding these books, obviously, they were made for kids, but, mysteries of the unknown and all this stuff, and, talking about the pyramids and ghosts and UFOs and all this other stuff. I fucking learned that from there. This is basic rudimentary stuff.
The crystal skulls were insane. when they found those. I mean, how the hell did they make those? I mean, they might have had some way that we don't.
I don't know. They had tools, Joe. They had tools. Can you explain what type of tools that, because this supposedly existed prior to lasers, emulsifiers, and many other technologies that we enjoy today. So can you explain to me how that would be created then? I mean, the perfection is unmatched. And we technically can't even create those today. So could you explain to me what these tools that they used? Because apparently you say, they had the tools. They had the tools. Clearly, they had the tools because it's here. Well, then can you explain how those particular tools you're referring to interact with the material to create this? To be able to actually get to this level of perfection? Accuracy? Because your favorite fucking cult, science, spits you in your face and says, no, you're wrong, Joe. That's wrong.
Understand, or a way that we make things that they figured out, or a way that they figured out how to do something that we don't know. But those crystal skull things are pretty crazy. There's a lot.
This is a man who has never read a fucking history book, never paid attention in school. This is fucking pathetic. Like, I loved history as a kid. I loved learning about how we got to where we are today. And when you really start to pay attention, you realize that we're a lot older than we are. So, you start to think, even if you go mainstream science, okay, Neolithic period, new tools are being developed, people are starting to congregate, it's starting to lead to an agrarian type civilization, the first creations of the cities, written language, like that stuff, basic fucking stuff.
A lot of things like that. Didn't they study it in MIT?
Didn't they study it? Maybe you should know this stuff.
They couldn't figure out, dude. I love DDP. So I once in a while I go around and message people to see what's up, see if they want to come on the show. It's been a while since I've had someone on for an interview, so I'm like, let me hit up DDP.
I don't know how that came into play. I didn't forward anything.
It's been a while since I had DDP on. 7 years. Hey, email this person. Everything. So he's like, yeah, email this person. Bye. Right? I have not emailed the person, but I'm gonna email them, but I haven't yet. But for conversation. Hey, like to have you on the show. It's been a while. Hey man, what's up? Hi. It's just. I heard from several that
just got to get through to the next part.
Word is that SummerSlam's a go, and this guy.
Well, actually, hold on. Yeah,
wrestling.
There's some politics stuff here that has to be addressed.
Journalist person on a DM and said, yeah, but unless something happens to SummerSlam, and this guy said to me, SummerSlam's fine, no matter what. Like, trust me on that. From what I've heard, he talked to WWE. And I'm telling you, several people that are real, that really do stuff, that really talk to people. This is not going to be a problem. That's what I'm hearing. So that's what they heard, and that's what I'm saying to you. So SummerSlam should be a go no matter what. I did not think so. I thought, SummerSlam's in jeopardy. And then when people with high-end positions in the media of wrestling DM me to say it's going to be fine because it's like grandfathered in, basically.
You gotten your vaccine there, Joe? Oh, we'll be getting to that, won't we?
I'm like, ooh, okay. That's a pretty solid thing to say. So if something changes, I'll be surprised. Very surprised. Like, if those people had not DM'd me, I would have not been surprised at all. I would have said, of course this is going to be canceled or whatever. Or it's going to be, whatever it is. But now I feel a whole different way. I'm like 90% sure SummerSlam's happening, 95% sure SummerSlam's happening, where before I was about 70%. So, yeah, so it looks like SummerSlam is going to take place. Now, if it doesn't, all these people are wrong. And these are people. These are like have to do with WWE for them to be wrong. Thank you to them, by the way. Maybe WWE is worried people are going to think something to talk to. Some of them I thought didn't like me, and I was surprised. I heard H3. You know, I found a few other people that's a notch above that. Ron DeSantis in Florida just shitting on Biden the other day. He was like, "Come and get me, Biden." I was crazy. I'm worried for AEW. I think shutdowns could happen again. ICM. It's hard for me because I'm not an extreme person.
No, you're a fence sitter, Joe. You're a fence sitter. That's exactly what you do. You sit on the fence.
If you guys know what I'm talking about,
Have no idea what the hell is coming out of your mouth.
I don't want to live in Texas or Florida where we say, F it all.
Where we say we respect your constitutional rights and we're not going to infringe on them. So you get to live as you're supposed to, and you're not going to fucking be inundated by this fear porn to convince you to acquiesce to a new world order agenda. That's what Florida and Texas are doing. Don't mess with Texas. Don't fuck with Florida. Simple as that. And keep pushing in there, Boston boy. And what you're going to have is a fucking Southern Republic that is fucking energy dependent, becomes the new powerhouse of North America, and fucking destroys the fucking East Coast Confederacy.
All, we're barely going to pay attention to this. I don't want to live there, but I don't want to live in California or New York.
Why? Because those are the places that have instituted your socialist policy plans. Those are the ones that fucking have gone full Joe Cronin. They're like, oh, immigrants. Oh, it doesn't care. It doesn't matter if you're illegal and you actually want to commit crimes and kill people. No, we're going to welcome you with open arms and actually give you more stuff because you deserve it. People are leaving California because of their own fucking choices in politics. And then they're going to places like Texas or Denver expecting to fucking change those great places into the shitholes they left. They should be shot on sight.
Where they're mandating the shit out of you and controlling the hell out of you and being
So he doesn't want liberty. Joe Cronin has just literally declared that he does not want liberty. He doesn't want freedom. He wants just enough government intervention that he feels like daddy government is keeping him safe. You're fucking pathetic and literally the antithesis of what it is to be American. And yes, I am Canadian, telling you that, but apparently I seem to understand that much more than you and most of your fucking viewers. Pathetic.
psycho. You know, it's the thing doesn't kill 50% of the people or 40% of the people or 30% of the people. You know, I would move to those measures if that were the case. I mean, talk about Operation Lockstep. But no,
Oh, so you're aware of the actual Rockefeller organized plan to basically do a dry run of COVID-19 lockdown and New World Order Great Reset fucking implementation. But you're not going to fight it. Wow.
I'm sort of happy that I'm in Massachusetts because I think I vibe.
Your state is literally giving $1 billion+ away every year to fucking illegals. That's coming out of your taxpayer money. These illegals don't deserve that shit. Their kids don't deserve to be in school. Those kids and them deserve to be in jail and then deported. Simple as that. But you want to impose your virtue signaling on other people and essentially cost them their hard-earned money because of your feelings.
With Massachusetts better, where I actually happen to live, which is like, okay, like it's up to you guys what you want to do, but you know, in a hospital you're gonna have to wear a mask, or you know, nursing home if you're coming to visit, you have to certain protocols.
You have to certain protocols.
You know, if you're meeting with a loved one at a nursing home, you know, you have to go into this room or outside if you're not vaccinated. You know, and if you are vaccinated, we suggest you think about wearing a mask, but when you're with your loved one in the room, you don't have, there's like certain things, but they're not crazy. That's me. That is so me. Like, I believe in science and I like science.
Anyone that says, I believe in science, shows that they're a fucking moron. Has no idea what they're fucking talking about and needs to be immediately dismissed. Normal adults don't talk this way. I believe in science. You've been infantilized, Joe. You're obviously a millennial, but also through this repetitive brainwashing of the mainstream media, which you've, grabbed hook, line, and sinker. You use that word just like the idiots that got vaccinated say, throw around the word, oh, you're selfish for not wearing a mask or getting the vaccine. You throw that word around as if you're to shame us who actually have critical thinking. You can't do that. You can't shame those of us who have seen through the fucking lie. It's as simple as that. So you can, again, attempt ad hominems and attempts to influence people via emotional manipulation, and coercion, but it's not going to fucking happen because, the fact is that, these people who say, I love science, get mad when you say there are two genders.
But science is always changing and moving, and science is about discovering the next best answer.
No. The next best, the next best answer? No. Okay, I'm just going to quickly grab a definition from the internet here. This sounds fairly accurate. It's the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. In fact, I would actually take out the social world. That seems very commie to me. It's the natural world. It's what we experience. It's what we see. This whole social... No, it's like, race is a social construct. No, it's not. Race is genetic. So, no. We're going to have to ignore the social world because obviously some commie scum put that in there. But that would be a better definition of what science is.
But if you roll with the first answer because of science, it could end up killing more people than it will once you find out the real science.
What? What? Let's hear that again.
Discovering the next best answer. But if you roll with the first answer because of science, it could end up killing more people than it will once you find out the real science. So you can't just say...
Someone has to explain what the fuck he's trying to mean with that, because this is, he's fidgeting in his chair. It looks to me like he's just trying to struggle his way out of, completing a sentence here. But it's just like, wow, man, you're trying to tell us what science is, and you're struggling?
Science, because it doesn't mean truth 100%. It's the search for truth. And if you find like we've given this example a million times. It's like when you find an answer to something. Oh my God, I found the cure for the common cold. Everybody take this. I found the cure for the common cold. Everybody take this. And some guy's like, I don't want to take that. I don't know about it yet. It's brand new. I don't know. And then you're like, you're crazy to not take it. And then everybody that takes it for the common cold, in 10 years, 30% of them develop Alzheimer's. And you find out that there's a protein that mutates inside the vaccine that clings to your papillary gland in the upper respiratory circuit and develops into a ball that attaches itself to your brain that starts to degrade cognitive disability. These things happen all the time.
Finish your sentences.
The world's amazing and biology's insane and the body is amazing and one little effect can have all these effects. So it's like that can happen. That shit happens. So that's why people are skeptical of stuff. But I also, I don't believe in making everybody have to do things either. You have to let people have to.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you have an authoritarian style mentality. Yes, you do.
People have to come to their own. I want to get the vaccine.
All right, I'm gonna pause it there, and we're bringing in Bullseye. How you doing, Bullseye?
Hey, Dave Rose. Just listening to Joe Cronin. He sounds like a complete idiot trying to explain science. It's not that difficult, Joe Cronin.
You can call me
Science is a
Dave. You
study
don't have
of-
you don't have to call me Dave Rose. It's Dave is fine.
Oh, yeah. Joe
You're like, hey,
Cronin's
Dave
making
Rose,
science-
I'm gonna get right into this. No, no, go ahead. No, absolutely, get right into the because you obviously know quite a lot. The other day I heard you. I can't remember who you were on with, but
Dr.
you were trying to explain politics and stuff, and these people were just so fucking dumb. And I was like, wow, this guy, he's only 21, but he's got a good grasp on politics and all this other stuff. So yeah, kudos to you. But go ahead, you got the floor.
Yeah. Joe Cronin's making science sound very difficult right now. Like, this isn't rocket science. Literally. What he's trying to say is science is not perfect, and sometimes you may get information wrong, but that's why you continue studying. That's what he's trying to say.
And failing
But he's
at
trying
it.
to make it. Yeah, he can't explain shit. Like, you know what? He tried to
Well, he
explain.
can't even he can't finish his own sentences.
Well, that's the sad part. This guy was trying to explain ancient Egypt, the history of it. I'm not too informed on ancient Egypt, but I know enough to know that their tools weren't necessarily that useful. So,
But you were
they're
talking
dragging-
politics the other day, and I don't remember whose stream it was, and I don't remember the circumstances towards it. I just remember that you were there. People were making fun of you, and I'm like, what are these people even talking about? This guy just fucking said things that were absolutely true, and anybody that's fucking even doubting it is a fucking moron. Because this guy at 21 knows more than they do, and they're fucking, close to twice his age. So I don't remember what it was specifically, but it was political based. And you were showing that you had knowledge of events that happened prior to your birth, but still, were important and necessary to understand to have, to come to a conclusion. And yet you made all these fucking people that were older than you and were making fun of you, you made them look like fucking fools. And I took note of that. I was very impressed.
well, I'm not sure. I think that was on Dr. Earl's stream, right?
Maybe it was that.
Yeah, because
don't
I know
know.
Joe.
I've been sleeping badly.
That's fine. But yeah.
And
So yeah, I've been planning on reading this time about socialism a lot more, because this time I think I need to do my own research at this point, because my very own research at this point, because there's too many people trying to talk about shit they don't understand. So it's like, what, fine, I'll do it myself.
Well, I can always point you towards certain resources that might assist you. So.
Well, yeah, I'm just starting with the dictatorial leaders in the 20th century, so it's a good start.
I've got a huge collection of PDFs, books. So, if you are inclined to read via a computer, your smartphone, or a tablet, I can get you just about any topic.
Well,
Like
what topics are there, really?
Name one. Name one right now off the top of your head.
Oh, China.
Yeah, I've got. Do you want military training manuals for the PLA? Do you want PLA insider documents on what they plan to do to North America? Do you want basically social, books on the societal structure and such, and military assessments on how to subvert that? Like, what do you want? You want like books on the Nazi connection to the military-industrial complex in America? Do you want things on ancient structures and how they connect to an ancient civilization that spanned the globe? Do you want books from Aleister Crowley and other magicians?
So China in connection to Nazis?
No. I said China and its connection to the American military-industrial complex.
Yeah, I want to do that one.
Well, there's tons. You know what? I'll send you one book. Like I can send you the PDF, and it brings it all together in a rudimentary way, but it gives you a good start. And it's got a lot of references, which then, if you follow, will just confirm what the book, says. But regardless, there's again, I've got years and years worth of PDFs that have been compiled, and I've got just about every topic when it comes to, controversial, when it, in the sense of occult or esoteric.
Yeah. A lot of those sound interesting and way out of my league.
Well, you got to start somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I guess
Plus,
you never.
there's documentaries that sometimes accompany the books, and they're made, in conjunction with the book, so that although you get an idea from the documentary, it sort of is trying to entice you to buy the book so that you can see the full story. So I can also direct you to some of those videos as well, so that you can, get a taste of what's available. But there's tons.
Well, I know you'd be definitely a good someone to get some information from. Knowing that I learned a few words from you as well. Onus.
Excellent.
Well,
I'm glad that my perspicacity can assist others.
Well, again, gonna start from level 0, I guess. Can't always be perfect the first time.
Well, every journey starts with the first step.
Yeah.
So I still have more to review. Was there anything else that you wanted to add?
Nah, that's it. Like, Joe Cronin doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't understand science.
But also, don't you think that his, I don't know if you've watched his old stuff, his Final Frontier News stuff, the stuff that I was on, where we would discuss these things. And, if you take a look at it, it was always I who was prepared and knowledgeable on the topic, who already came to the table with knowledge, and sometimes supplemented with more, additional recent reading to bring something, recent to the conversation. But you would notice that Joe Cronin would never do the same.
Yeah, I think I noticed that in September where you were on. I didn't know much about you, but yeah, I seen you the only person who would actually engage with anybody on that call. So it's just like, didn't know much about you, but you seem to know what you're talking about, at least from my perspective.
Well, it's from a smart perspective, because you were calling out Joe for shit that he should have known. And it's just sad. It's just sad that he's speaking. It's also kind of funny is, that clip I reviewed the other day where you have the Swerve Show say, him and Skunty say that I get to be brought down a notch, right? And it's just like, but hold on a second here. Let's take this as an example. I'm, obviously embarrassing Joe right now. And it's just like, but hold on, I have full right to do this, because literally this is the guy who has no knowledge of what he's talking about, is ridiculing anyone that disagrees, and yet is displaying a willful ignorance that needs to be addressed.
Well, to be quite frank here, I think willful ignorance is part of the United States culture.
It's not, unfortunately, it isn't just, well, yeah, unfortunately, it's not just America, it's everywhere. It's the West. Actually, you know what? I'd have to state it's the whole world, because in all places of the world, when confronted with a reality that's too difficult to accept, people will experience cognitive dissonance. And as such, they're going to react in such a way that, a lot of time is violent. It's like they can't accept that as the truth, and they've got to retaliate. It's like, no, that can't be the truth. No, I'm going to kill you. That is, and it's a symptom of I would say, a mentally ill society. But it's not relegated just to North American society. It's all over the world. You'll find it in Europe. You'll find it in Russia, China, India, all over the world. So it is a human condition, in my opinion.
Yeah, you are right about that, because I've seen that with my own mother. Like, when I started talking about Trump to her, and again, I'm not a big Trump fan, but I know his capabilities. So when I start talking Trump to her, she starts banging on my door and breaking it. So it's wow. So I have a new door. So, but yeah, I think people just turn violent for. That might actually, hold on. I think that might be due to the TV people watch, as you know.
There's a lot of stuff that goes into that, and that would have to be a show for another day because that would involve a lot of different things, and we are discussing Mr. Cronin here and his contempt for history. So, was there anything else in regards to that topic?
No, none. Continue destroying them. I'm loving it.
All right. Well, soon enough, we'll have a show of Darkest Realms where we do discuss ancient civilizations in the appropriate way. And I will actually go through the necessary length to provide additional visual evidence that would prove that these sites were connected by an ancient civilization that was worldwide. But on that note, thank you so much, Bullseye, for your call. And just stay tuned.
Yeah, have a good show.
Thanks a lot. Have a good night. There goes Bullseye, a.k.a. the Legend Killer. Single-handedly relieved us all from the torture that is Tommy NC 2010, appearing on the greatest show on Friday Night Fire, which was canceled today because obviously Ken is on vacation. Although apparently Ken's personal secretary, Skunty, said that he was already on vacation earlier this week. So I gotta contact Ken, figure out what's going on, because after all, Skunty is just so reliable when it comes to knowledge and truth and all that sort of thing. So I don't know who to believe. The guy who actually is my friend, not a fake friend, and told me that he's on vacation today, or this lying bag of scum who fucking lies out of his teeth all the time and thinks he knows Ken's schedule. I really don't know who to believe. But let's continue.
People have to want to get it, and people have to decide they want to get it if you want people to actually be free. So people are just going to have to...
No, but you've just said that you wanted something in between freedom from Texas and, freedom that Texas and Florida provide and the total lockdown insanity of New York and California.
Decide.
Look, if freedom is it's like a fucking on-off switch. Either you're fucking free or you're not. There's no dimmable light on the fucking gauge of freedom, asshole.
They want to do it, and you're going to have to, and you can't come up with songs and campaigns that are going to make people do it. It's just going to make it worse. You're going to make people think you're trying to manipulate them. So it's going to freak people out even more. So I don't know. I happen to like being in the middle ground of whatever. Florida and Texas are like, nope. And New York and California are like, yo, we'll lock you down right now. Let's go. So I don't want to be in, I don't know if I can't really I don't fit into either one of those categories. I feel like I'm somewhere in the middle of like limbo. So it sucks, man. I got anxiety over it. I have full-on anxiety over it. I don't want to not know what to do. I want to know what to do, and I don't know what to do. And it's
so basically, white liberal, key in here, people. White liberal needs direction from daddy government. I don't know what to do, and I need some direction, please. Will somebody tell me what to do?
Freaking me out. I wish that I was one of the people on the left or right. I wish I would.
So, translation, you wish you weren't a fence sitter. Sitting on the fence. SUCKING.
Was one. Because if I was, I would be way more confident and comfortable with the world. I would be like, getting that, absolutely. Why don't you get it? I'm good to go. Let's go. Like, all done. I did it, and now it's over. Or if I was like, nope, not getting that. Don't talk to me about it. Stay away from me. I'm not doing that. I'm free as fuck. Fuck you. I'm out. That'd be easier if I was one of those two things, because then I'd be like, oh, that's it. But instead, I'm sitting here like, like, and it's like, dude, that sucks. This sucks. Like, this blows.
Dunkachino?
Is it so difficult to just make a stand? My God. The West has been emasculated and feminized. So few real men left.
Don't mind if I do. What's my name? Dunkachino. It's a whole new game. Dunkachino. You want?
We can map out a space easier than the 2% of the world's bodies of water. The deeper you go in the ocean, the scarier the creatures.
No, it's not easier to map space. It's quicker to map a certain area of space, but it's not easier.
True.
False.
That is true. Mickey K9,
False.
what's up? Dude, what's in the water is terrifying. Like, I watched a guy scuba dive the other day down in this area, and I'm like, man, like, you don't know what the hell is going to pop out of there. Like, the ocean is fucking crazy. The ocean is out of its mind. There are some crazy things.
Screeper?
You know?
Shit bomb.
The government has lied to people for years. That's why people are skeptical, and I don't blame them.
Wow, it sounds like Joe's fucking audience is really a bunch of fucking intellectuals here. I'm surprised we didn't get a fucking donation that says the sky is blue.
Exactly, Gerald. So part of me thinks, okay, the government has lied to us for years. And whenever it's a big event, they lie too. There's always a reason behind it, right? Like, you know, like 9/11 happened and we were like, why did 9/11 happen? And then we're at war in Iraq and you're like, oh, this is why 9/11 happened. So we could do this. I got suckered. They suckered me. So I'm wondering now, I'm like, how are we going to be suckered now? But also it's like, if this was a bad thing, if the vaccine was a bad thing, I feel like they would give it to the poor people then.
You know the vaccine's free, right? You know they've set up, inoculation centers at homeless sites, at Walmarts, parking lots, all that sort of thing. Like, you do understand that this is geared towards everyone, right? And that it's free, and that it's being pushed on all levels of society. In fact, Heisman Defoe, who is black, unlike what Skunty says, made a video recently about a video that was made targeting hustlers in the black community to get vaccinated. And it's quite clear because right now, blacks literally have the lowest vaccination rate in the United States. They are attempting to produce an organized campaign, media campaign, to essentially try to change that and convince more people in the black community to get the vaccine. But then again, there's a lot of people in the black community that are quite well aware of the Tuskegee experiments. So I think that alone can explain a large resistance to getting jabbed by daddy government, because after all, the government's here to help, right? Well, at least according to Joe. I mean, Joe's probably thinking, Uncle Joe, Uncle Joe Stalin, he would have been the best president ever. He'd be so great.
All these poor people would get it. Instead, we're all getting it.
Also, Canada, America, many other countries bought excess number of vaccines. And the plan was from the get-go and announced from the get-go that they were buying these excess specifically so that they could share them with third world countries, i.e. poor people.
and there's a bunch of it, and they
Also, look into the company called BlackRock. Look into their connection with the Chinese. And look at their attempts right now to literally start buying out massive amounts of land to essentially force the Great Reset, which is that you're going to own nothing and you're going to like it.
they did it, and it's everywhere. But like, there's poorer countries that are begging for it. So part of that makes me think like it's very legitimate.
Well, then why haven't you gotten the vaccine yet, Joe? You should have had your double dose already. What are you dragging your feet for? Your wife has it. So if it's legit, then you should have fucking straight out ran to the fucking clinic to get it.
Because why would they're doing
And why are you encouraging your viewers to get it, but you're not getting it?
it, you know what I mean? If it wasn't, but who knows? I have no idea, man. Anyway.
But you just said that you had suspicions of that. So if what are you waiting for then?
I'm not even, that's all I'll talk about it, because people
Oh, is this just being a fence sitter again? Back to the fence sitting?
will get angry on one side or the other.
Oh my God, people are gonna get angry. I made a fucking choice and I'm gonna stand by it, and oh my God, people are gonna say shit. Oh, I can't handle that. I can't handle criticism. Oh my God. I don't want to say anything at all.
Side. Just for me questioning everything, because that's all I'm doing. I question it all. I don't know. You know? So,
You question everything and yet do nothing.
you know, some vaccines really work. Some vaccines have been horrible for people because they've been wrong, or they didn't do it right, or
They've been wrong or didn't do it right. Could you be a little more pedestrian here? Because you might as well just be dragging your knuckles when you're speaking. This is fucking pathetic how you're trying to oversimplify this.
you know, it helps everybody overall, but it might kill a few people. You know, polio vaccine worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it might kill a few people, but let's ignore, literally the lifelong effects that will affect other people that won't be recognized as being vaccine injured, but will literally have to live a life of debilitating pain and constant expenditure, especially under the American system, to simply live. But no, let's just push through the vaccine.
But I mean, at first it killed 1 million people because they screwed up something. But after that, the polio vaccine worked out really well. We've all got it. We've all got polio vac.
Doesn't really help when you have a southern border that's open more than Swiss cheese, Emmental as it's actually called. And basically you're allowing all these third world garbage come in who aren't vaccinated, who do already have polio, to come into the population. Those are the people you defend, Joe.
Vaccines, we've got tetanus shots.
I don't think you just need to go out to get a tetanus shot. Tetanus shots are usually required after the exposure of potentially a potential situation where your blood's come in contact with something that has been oxidized and rusted, which potentially can lead to the blood to be poisoned and for you to die. You don't just naturally go out and say, hey, it's Thursday, I think I'm going to go get a tetanus shot. It's not how it works.
You know, there were some...
Same thing with the rabies shot, asshole. It's not like, I think I'm going to go get I never know. But you need the rabies shot after you get bit, stupid. After all, there is a dead virus in that fucking vaccine. It's going to cause a reaction to your body. The purpose of a vaccine is to expose a disease, a virus, to its dead counterpart and attempt to force the body to respond immunologically to create the antibodies necessarily to become immune to that. And I don't have to be a doctor to say that. I just know it.
Flu vaccines that worked out. Some, they barely work now.
You stop right there with your fucking lie mouth. Your fucking venomous lie mouth. There's never been a vaccine created for the flu. Why? It's encased in a protein that won't allow for it to essentially be isolated. People have been getting flu shots, influenza, and that's how they try to dumb you down by not giving you the full name. Again, COVID is SARS-CoV-2. Remember SARS back in the day? Yeah, this is part of that. Influenza. Yeah, you get your shots. You get your booster shots. In 70 years, despite vaccines, we still don't have a cure. We still don't have herd immunity. Why? Because that's not how it works with influenza.
There's a bunch that have worked out.
There's a bunch that work out. Would you like to cite one right now, sir? Or shall I write in for your newsletter where you'll tell me more? I mean, I can list shit off from my head. Can't you?
That have helped. But there's definitely some that don't work either. Just like everything, because there's a...
You're going to ignore how Jimmy Carter essentially established a vaccine court? Or a vaccine... Yeah, it's a vaccine court, basically. Which would allow for these organizations to get away with crippling millions of people.
Yin and the yang and everything, right? In the world, everything is like this. You could, if you make 100 things that are good, there's
again, here comes the math skills. Listen to this math skill.
There's gonna be some that are wrong, bad, or don't work. You know, so. My pal says 33% of vaccines are saline, 33% are actual vaccines, and 33% are death within 3 years. What?
What? What?
What does that mean?
Exactly what they wrote in there. Like, are you fucking stupid? Do you know what saline solution is, dummy? You probably don't.
Jennifer, are you talking about like they're mixing up the vaxes? What?
What?
Jennifer says, my pal says 33% are saline. So what, you're not really getting anything out of it? And then 33% are actually the vaccine. And then 33% are death within 3 years. Where are those numbers from? So, in other words, you think it's like the population control thing? Like, you think it's like this is a way to get population control? Is that what you mean? Like, the way to hide it is for the thing to... Because if you're talking about 8
oh my God,
billion people
Spit
times
it out.
33%, that gets rid of like 2 billion people. I don't know.
Of course you don't know.
What up, Gerald? Yeah, so you went with the J&J, which is the classic style. I don't know.
Also responsible
that doesn't sound right
for
to me, though, Jennifer.
Blood clotting.
I mean, if you believe in some kind of depopulation conspiracy, that's definitely true. But yeah, why would they want to kill the obedient people? Maybe. Huh? He thinks the vaccines are population control. Oh, okay, yeah.
It's not about killing the obedient people. It's essentially committing them to a life of being stuck on the medical industry.
But we'd have to have the numbers.
Also, a lot of people are getting brain fog. They're becoming compliant little servants. There's a lot more into this than giving a coof. Okay?
So we'd have to, I guess, but see, that's the thing is, you'll only know that now over the next 3 years, right? So so think about that though, right? Think about that if that were true. That means that 3 billion people, or no, not that many, because that many people aren't taking it, but okay, that means that like 1.5 billion people. That means that in 3 years, 1.5 billion people will be gone.
Well, actually, if you start to take a look into some documents out there, estimates in regards to, these are official government websites, they're actually expecting depopulation levels of about 29% here in Canada. I think it was like 60 something percent in America. I'm going to try to find that image right now of this place.
Right? Right now, according to the numbers right now, I know what you're saying, it's a delayed reaction, right? So that they can't just, oh my God, in 30 days somebody gets sick, because then people would know, they'd start to be like, I'm not taking that. So it's like a delayed reaction. It's too late, basically. That's what you're saying? I get what you're saying. But so that would mean, though, that we would a billion people would drop in 3 years. That would be crazy. That'd be crazy. But listen, I don't have a problem with him thinking that, because I think everybody should keep their minds open. Just try to think about why you're thinking, like, what's the proof behind that, right? Like, think about what's the proof behind it, though. Like, that could be a paranoid thought that you have that you're, like, worried about, which is okay. I think it's fine to think things. But then you have to go down the rabbit hole of, why is that true? Why is that something you think is true? Where does the proof lead to that? And you can find a little bit of it, like a little bit of, like circumstantial evidence to it, or reason to believe a motive of that. But it's hard to sort of prove that.
Oh my God.
Great Reset is a good idea. Gerald, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. That is something that our leaders talk about and is a real thing. When you say, it's funny, when you first say Great Reset to somebody who doesn't know about it, they think that, oh, wow, nice conspiracy theory. And you're like, well, our leaders talk about it. And then they think you're saying, you're just making up a name for something. I'm like, no, they say it by the name. Want to see the video? And then you show them a video of the politician saying Great Reset. So, I don't know.
Of course you don't.
But if anything, in my opinion, the conspiracy isn't that they're doing that. The only reason why they would be doing that is if they know something about planet Earth that we don't know. They know something about planet Earth and about...
And again, where does that rationale come from? Can you point to anything?
Our materials and that we don't. Like, they've done the math, right? So
yeah, trusting daddy government yet again.
Do the math on how much materials are left on the Earth. And if you do the math between the global warming stuff or
If you do the math, you'll understand that the creation of petroleum on Earth is abiotic. That means that essentially the Earth itself generates its reserves of petroleum. Petroleum is used to create gasoline. This whole idea that there is limited scarcity when it comes to gas is a total lie, which has allowed for gasoline to remain expensive. So this is already known. These resources, as well as many others, basically get produced through a condition of fusion, which is only produced through the interaction of Earth and cosmic rays coming from the sun. Water as well generates in this manner. We're going to talk about that topic in the future.
the changing of the planet, and
also Mr. Science, Mr. I fucking love science, seems to again have pivoted from his line of global warming to climate change, yet still ignoring that the climate is dictated to by the sun, and as such wants to impose his draconian vision onto the planet about saving it by crippling the first world because climate change, not understanding what the root cause is.
What resources we have, how much silicon is there, how much, how many computer systems can we keep making, like how long can we keep going with all this stuff? So if world leaders and rich people beyond our knowledge and know have done the math and said, we are going to run out of resources in 20 years.
Then we've got to believe what these cults that basically sacrifice children, drink blood, congregate in occult groups. We've got to believe what they say, right? The ones that essentially print money out of nothing, charge us usury or interest, which is the modern term, and essentially expect us to live as wage slaves for a fake system.
At this rate. But if there were 1 billion less people or 3 billion less people, you know, we would have enough resources for 80 years. And at that point, we would have developed new tech.
You're just throwing numbers out now. You're throwing out numbers. You have no knowledge of what you're discussing, but you're throwing out numbers.
Technology and new ways of doing everything that we would be able to sustain life. But at this...
And this elite that is just so knowledgeable and so capable, would they not have already developed, as we already know, gravitational craft? Whatever you want to call them, anti-gravity, fucking mass displacement, UFO-type discs. The same that powers that essentially is zero-point energy, which the Earth has infinite amounts of. Well, that the universe has infinite amounts of, and we can access it from the Earth. Technology is known for a long time. Resource scarcity, as we understand it today, does not exist. We could literally, this moment, flip a switch, expose all the technology that we've known for over 100 years, and be to Jupiter within 5 years or less. We'd solve fucking starvation and homelessness within the year. Simple as that. As soon as you release 0-point energy, sky's the limit. Production can now go into full mode. Homelessness will be just totally destroyed. It'll be removed entirely. And I can go on, but we're not.
At this point, we are going to hit a crash wall in 10 to 20 years where there'll be massive famine, massive panic, everybody will be out of everything, and our societies will shut down because people will be too focused on surviving right now to think about developing future technologies and stuff that we need to keep developing. So the only way to stop that is we need like 3 billion people to go. And we need future generations to not produce over 1 billion people. And
based on what? What the elite tell you? How do you know that that's possible? That we need to eliminate 3 billion people to continue to survive? You've yet to provide anything to reference how they came to this conclusion and how you agree with it. The fact is, 70% of the world is covered by water. And on top of that, most places on the earth aren't habitated. You're going to try to tell me that we can't displace people sufficiently to allow for more people? You think that this land can't be utilized to create the necessary resources like food so that we can basically sustain this society? This is ridiculousness to a next level.
And that will give us 80 years to have created new ways of running everything. So that's basically what I'm saying to you would be a real reason why we would create something to do something like that. Because the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Spoken like a pure communist.
Spock said. And
again, with the reference to the to popular culture.
Imagine somebody in a boardroom said, hey guys, there's no way around this. In 15 years, we're out of shit. We're done. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody said that, like, here's the math. We are done. Like, this is going to be crazy.
With all the resources the elite have, I think they'd be able to calculate that much earlier than 15 years prior.
So in my opinion, the answer to all this is we need to get working on how to how to get off this planet. We need to get working on how we can mine what we can mine from asteroids or rather comets or debris, space. What can we mine in space to fuel Earth? And what can we do to do that? That should be all of our effort, should be that. All of our effort should be leaving the planet, colonizing another planet, fine, that's something even further down the road. What we need to be worried about is how we can get resources off of another planet to our planet. What are the resources that are going to help us? What's going to save us? What's going to allow us to continue? That's what we need to worry about. Not, oh shit, we're going to run out of materials here. Oh, well, depopulate. Well, unless they've already thought of that, like, listen, we're not going to be ready. By the time we're coming up with how we can go terraform or how we can go grab materials from other places and bring them back here on Earth, by the time we're into that or we're getting close to that, it's too late. On Earth is chaos because we're out of all the materials. I don't know. I don't know if we're really good.
Yes, you don't know.
Gonna run out of
and at least I'm willing to admit when I don't know.
Materials.
If you think that Earth doesn't have enough materials to sustain a growing population, you're insane. You're fucking insane, especially with the innovation and creativity of humanity. People are today finding out, like learning or creating things like, what was it? They found a worm that can consume, I think it was radioactive material and essentially shit it out, and it's fucking no longer radioactive. And that stuff can be used for the production of like plastics and shit like that. There's algae and stuff that they found that literally can just clean water. Like stuff that's like totally polluted. They just put the algae in there and just boom, it just starts to fucking clean itself out. There's an invention that they're using in the high mountains of the Himalayas, which essentially allows for the collection of water. What it does is that through the use of basically non-moving parts, it's all cable, like it's copper cables and a few other things, but what it's doing is it's attracting the formation of ice crystals on what you could consider like a small little tower. Consider it maybe 20, 30 feet tall. Ice starts to accumulate around that to such a degree that, and it's from the moisture from the air, which is very, clean obviously up there, that villagers are able to come up to it and chop a chunk of ice off, take it back to their house, it melts, and now they've got clean water, and they can use it for drinking, bathing, cooking, or anything. Humanity's creativity is unlimited.
They can't get a cure for cancer. I mean...
no, see, I was on your show years ago telling you what it was and what is in it, and you didn't want to believe me, and you're still trying to purport that you don't know what the truth is. But you know that cannabis, for example, cures cancer. And you actually would also sort of convince yourself that Big Pharma, a patient cured is a customer lost, would never try to at least figure out what the cure was so that they could fucking patent it and then hide it away. Oh, by the way, some of these RNA vaccines that are being sent out, they're also being purported to be used in the future for cancer treatments. Interesting.
Well, I mean, cancer's more complicated. We do have many cures for cancer at this point. We do have a few cures for cancer. We have a
surprised he
few
admits
cures
it.
for some cancers. Take Roman Reigns' blood cancer, for instance. Although it's not a full...
Oh, you mean allopathic cures? Oh, the ones that are approved by Big Pharma. Okay, I get it now. You're not going to say, we could literally cripple Big Pharma by providing CBD oil for those that are suffering from cancer. Or, I believe it was a blend of jackfruit. There's... Literally, I've lost count. I've lost count of how many fucking cures of cancer that I've learned of. Combination of fruits from Southeast Asia cures cancer. There's a combination of aloe and something else. And again, this happened when I read this story. I think it was 2012 or 2011, but it was in Lebanon, I think, or Syria. But there was a doctor there that was treating patients who had cancer with a concoction with aloe vera, and there was other things curing them. It goes on and on and on. But that's the thing, though. These are dismissed by mainstream doctors because it's not approved, and as such, isn't profitable.
Full cure, I guess. He takes that medication.
By the way, the guy that I supported for so long in regards to his ability to cure all these ailments, including cancer with his CBD oil, called Rick Simpson, his formula is available for free on the internet. I always said that. When these motherfuckers on their shows said, Dave, just prove it. Prove it, Dave. Prove it. I'm like, here you go. Here's the link. Well, prove it, Dave. It's like, but here's the link. The recipe is literally right there. This guy who now, has this documentary of his, findings on his website, also actually lists the ingredients and the process on creating that CBD oil. Well, come on, Dave, prove it. Fuck you guys. That's literally how it went down.
That suppresses it, that never allows it to develop, so that the blood can't produce it, be filled with it, and then it leak into organs where it would grow, right? So his cancer is suppressed or whatever. So, I don't know, we have these, and then there's other cancers we can cure a little bit. And we know that some of it is
Cure? Or you mean that you can essentially kill? So, hey, chemotherapy and some radiation, yeah, sure, it leaves the person scarred and, living in pain for the rest of their life, but hey, we got that cancer.
Marijuana has properties that heal. I'm sure there's other cures that we don't talk about or know about, or they don't talk about, or they won't let us have because the medical industry shit bomb.
See, honestly, I've been a proponent of the medicinal treatment of cannabis since even before I smoked it, to be quite honest. I remember when I was in my early teens, I guess, 13, 14, I remember hearing about it. And, there was a lot of people that were trying to bring up the fact that there was the compassionate side, the fact that, this woman has gone through chemotherapy. She's got no chance of living. She's literally on her last leg, 3 months at most. She doesn't deserve to go through that and just wants to live the final time now with, with her family and friends. And, seeing the suffering of these people, even though, at that age, I didn't consume it, I still, wasn't into it or anything, or I looked at warily as okay, well, yeah, drugs, but, the video games, say drugs are for losers and winners don't do drugs, and this is your brain on drugs and stuff, so, if that's what they want to do, fine. I was never I'm going to go walk over to these people and tell them, oh, here's my moral. It's okay, that's your thing. But when I learned about that, I was like, okay, well, it doesn't matter what my fucking opinion, my moral opinion is on the drug itself. And again, think of the ramifications of this for, for a 13-year-old, 14-year-old is, well, it's also a game changer because it's shit. Society's kind of a bunch of liars. So who cares if this is like viewed badly? This woman's fucking suffering. She's got 3 months to live. Why doesn't she deserve to at least live that in peace? So that's started my sort of proponency to cannabis. And obviously once I consumed it and realized that it was literally, the tree of life, that there was the recreational aspect as well as the spiritual stuff. But and I've even said, I've gone to the point, it's like, I'd be willing to accept that cannabis remains illegal as long as it's legal for those that are sick. Because they're the ones who should have it hands down without even question. Like, they should be able to get anything. Coke, ecstasy. If you're terminal, you shouldn't have to live your final days suffering. That's something that's always been very strong in my heart. And I take personal issue with people trying to shut other people down from being able to live their final days in peace. But we've varied quite greatly, so let's go back.
Too big.
Titan, a moon of Saturn, has lakes of essentially gas.
Yes. The moons of Saturn and a lot of moons have a lot of things, right? We don't even need to live
a lot of moons have a lot of things.
On a planet. We just need the moons. It's a great point, Gerald. Problem is,
but that's the thing, though. What resources are you looking to mine? He wouldn't be able to identify them. Are you talking about rare earth minerals? Are you talking about metals, components for, I don't know, oxygen or some sort of fuel?
how feasible is it to get off our planet, get into space, get to Titan, farm that gas, and bring it back? Right?
And what would you use the gas for, though? What gas specifically are you referring to? Methane? Methane? We can extract that from the atmosphere. We could, I mean, rather than send something to Titan, there's Venus nearby. It's got methane in its atmosphere.
It would cost us more money to get off the planet, get into space, get to Titan, all to bring back a small amount or minor amount of gas.
For what purpose?
So that's the problem. But
nobody's going to be driving their fucking SUV or truck from fucking gas that's mined from Titan. Okay? What are you thinking about? Perhaps if there was a station orbiting Titan which could utilize that gas to create a fuel that would then power a ship that would be able to go further out into the solar system, that might make sense. That might make sense. But can you maybe just finish your thoughts here, Mr. Cronin? I mean, I know this is your 5th time now in grade 4, but you got to finish it at some point here.
But if money didn't mean anything as much on Earth, if money didn't mean as much, then we could do it, because we would say, okay, we will take...
You mean if we realize that money is backed by nothing and it's all a fucking scam? And that essentially we don't have limited resources and we could essentially be living amongst the stars already without our reptilian overlord bankers? Yeah.
This much fuel to get there, we'll be taking home precious other gases. You know, then we'll.
Oh my God! Just think about and okay. So you're bringing gas back. How large will your craft need to be to make it feasible? What are you gonna like? You're gonna use a stadium-sized amount of fuel to get to Titan, so you can bring back a thimble-sized amount of fuel. Because you got to remember that. The larger your craft, the more the mass. The more the mass, the more energy required to break, for Delta V to break orbit and gravitational wells to arrive to the to the location, to your target.
We'll have to work on finding the fuel. But right now the math doesn't add up because it would cost more money to get there to bring back material that would sell for less than it would cost to get up there, right? Am I right? Maybe I'm wrong. But I think I'm right.
I don't even know.
That would result in the world needing to stop needing money. We would need to be Star Trek, right? In Star Trek, there's no more money.
Utopian communistic type rule.
Right? People work to better themselves.
Actually, to properly define it, it's called a post-scarcity society. And as it currently stands, it is a utopia. Utopia basically means no place. Like, it's no place as in this place could never exist. Like, it's too much fantasy. Utopia is like the ultimate, like, oh, you know, in Joe Cronin's world, everybody, every race, every group of people, every religion can hold hands and just sing songs and pretend everyone's happy and just everything will be peace. That's a utopia. It'll never fucking happen. It's fucking childish mentality. So the same thing is, you know, is applied here. It's a post-scarcity utopia. Post-scarcity, obviously, once, you know, a scarcity referring to resources. Once you don't have to worry about resources anymore, say you've got free energy, everyone's got free energy, that means that houses can be produced for nothing, homelessness gets removed, full employment. He thinks that, you know, obviously you can switch from one and go to utopia quickly without the baggage of the past.
Into better society.
And understanding that, unfortunately, human nature, it's human nature, but it's also other stuff. We're not going to go into that, perhaps too a little theological, but influences on our behavior will lead some down a wrong path. And as such, even if you are in a post-scarcity society, there will be still those that would wish to usurp power and to be in a place of control.
And to live, they don't work to make money. Huh.
Yeah, everyone would live, well, not everyone, but, you know, I can understand why you want to live in a Star Trek world, but you're living a fantasy.
Time travelers are coming back, Ratnik. What's up? What's up, Fallen God? I know I'm really going into the science here. I'm going into the fucking weird. Like, I'm really going into some shit here. Like, what are we doing?
I don't know. I can't really verbalize exactly what you're doing,
but thank you guys for the donations, because at least I'll have at least I'll be able to go to the grocery store. So that's cool.
By the way, he started off the show complaining, and I didn't play it. I started 40 minutes in. But he started off the show basically saying that his kid, his 5-year-old, got a hold of his phone, spammed the Roblox purchasing app thing, whatever, and emptied out his bank account, you know, when he was planning to go grocery shopping. So, yet again, the total lack of discipline. You know, the lack of desire to discipline. And then obviously the relenting e-begging throughout the entire episode. They all come together now very nicely under a nice rainbow bow.
What the fuck? I don't know what I've been talking about. I've really been babbling on. Let me go to the donations, though. Let's see here. We got another one popping in, I think, but I got to fix the screen. Couldn't be dumb enough to get the thing up on the screen.
Joel,
oh, Broken
did
Ambrose.
You just donate to Joel? Thank you for the donation.
In it, child. donated the most spot. Yeah, it's weird. There's some kind of credit system, you know? And I came up with this. Now, hear me out. I came up with my idea of this dystopian world. And I said this on a stream, what was it, a year ago, or a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago? I came up with this dystopian future where I believe it would be a great thing for like sort of a, I guess it would end up being a class system in some way, but more like a video game.
Wow, communist actually admitting that they prefer class system. Color me shocked. But color me shocked again because he doubles down with the, let's equate it to something especially infantile and simplistic. Video games.
Like, you could pick and choose, like a video game, where you put your stats, right? And every year, your stats would refresh. If that makes any sense to you guys. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a skill tree in a video game or a stat tree?
Wow. I mean, even Travis isn't this fucking communist.
In a video game? So...
straight out of the fucking CCP fucking handbook.
Like, let's...
social credit score.
Let's say you're a doctor, right? You're a doctor. And you go and you get your education and you become a doctor. And you're a brain surgeon. Or you save children's lives as a doctor. You would get a tier system of like... you don't have to work as long as other people if you don't want to. So if you're a doctor, you will only have to work 20 years if you want, 15 to 20 years. And you could also elect to barely work, right? Like, so after 10 to 15 years of solid service, you would only have to work 1 to 2 times a week if you want.
Solid service. Now, what are you referring to? Like a general practitioner? Maybe he has a clinic or he comes to visit you at home. Are you referring to a surgeon? Perhaps somebody who is in the ER? I don't know, elective surgery like Simo had on his former penis, the small one that was only a centimeter long. And now he has a bloody fucking axe wound of an excuse for a vagina. So, like, what are you referring to?
And you would still get your credits that, like, in a good way. So it's sort of like you're very valuable to society.
This is literally... Let me take a breath here, people. Just take a moment to reflect that I worked with this guy. But... wow. This guy wants to claim to be progressive. He is probably one of the biggest authoritarians that I may have ever met. This attitude, it's fucking scary. This is the type of person that would not even hesitate to commit you to a FEMA camp.
Therefore, you get some extra credits and perks potentially. And you could decide which perk you wanted to focus on. And you said, all right, I'm going to select, food and clothing. And so you select food and clothing. So you get more than the average person in food money and clothing money, right? And on top of that, you can retire earlier. You can retire at 50 years old. Or you can retire at 40 years old. Or you can semi-retire at 35 or 40 years old. Because you were so important to society and you did such a good thing that if you work 5 to 6 days a week for 10 years, you're able to take a step back later on. And, or maybe...
You know that there's no math and no logic associated with this whatsoever. This is purely an emotional plea.
Maybe you decide, I don't want the food perk or the clothing perk. I want the...
Oh my God. This is literally like, okay, comrade, you pick your incentives You choose which is what you want. You want a little more food and you get to cut in front of bread line? Okay. Now with the cloth, you okay with the raggy clothes? Okay, so we lower that. You have extra credit now. You want that for your produce? You know, we have beets for the borscht, or perhaps more beets. Which one? You have no choice, but you'll take one. Fucking commie scum. It's the Joe Commie Show from now on.
The living perk, the home perk. I want a little bit bigger property or a little bit bigger home, so you can select that. All these, like a skill tree in a video game. And so that's how you work off of. Say you're a janitor though. You're a janitor, you're cleaning up stuff, but you're not giving as much back to.
Here's a side note on janitors. 1950 or so, a janitor for a public school or perhaps a factory, and keep in mind the rate of inflation and the value of the dollar, literally could raise 3 children, have a wife, stay at home, and own his house within 20 years. Probably less. First of all, janitorial work should not be looked down upon. And another thing is, don't give me this bullshit that Americans won't do janitorial work. Okay? When you pay under the table, of course you're going to only attract illegals. But if you reflect payment on the quality of work and you respect America and the West, you would hire native-born people. If salaries could keep up with inflation, and it's the government that's responsible for a lot of this here, then yes, you would have Americans filling a lot of these roles that they keep telling you nobody wants to fill, and that's why they got to bring in illegals. And the quality of life would go up. The value of the dollar would increase. And nobody would look down on janitorial work, just like they wouldn't look down on somebody who is a garbage man. They're called a sanitation officer. They fucking do the job that you think is below you. They fucking, do something that is necessary in society, because without them, you would not be able to live in your ivory tower very long without smelling the stink of your own fucking stupidity. So I find it quite insulting that, that these sorts of jobs are basically not only just looked down on, but they're basically dismissed as having no value to society. Have you ever been in a city, because I have, where a garbage strike was declared and it lasted for fucking months? I have. Don't tell me these people are not integral to the running of fucking society. Okay? And again, if you want the plague, that's how you get the fucking plague. It's fucking allowing this shit to fucking happen. So, yeah, you know what? I kind of think that these people are quite important and should be recognized as that. Don't fucking look down your nose at somebody who rides at the back of a fucking garbage truck because you think that you're better than them. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare anybody fucking do that shit? Because I guarantee 99% of people out there wouldn't even fucking volunteer to do that shit.
Society, but you're important. I would think someone like that, you could work less. So you would have to work longer throughout your life, but less per week, right? So you would only have to work like 25 hours a week, but you would be working till you're like 50 for sure as a janitor or whatever you're involved in. And, you could select your perks, and, if you decided to work more, or if you decided to take a secondary job, like, here's my regular job, it's 20 hours a week as a janitor. But for
Would you have to ask the state for permission?
10 hours a week,
Because I know people who grew up behind the Iron Wall, and no, they had to do their fucking state-mandated job, but they couldn't fucking make ends meet with that shit. So they had to do side jobs and do them secretly so that nobody would fucking know what they were fucking doing.
volunteer or not volunteer because everything is like volunteer, but you decide like, okay.
Everything is volunteer. Basically, what? At the end of a fucking barrel. That's what you're talking about. Of course, comrade, you are volunteering. Ignore the fact that I'm aiming an AK-47 directly at your face. You keep picking up trash. You are volunteering for us, for the motherland, for Russia.
Okay, for 10 hours a week, I pick up trash on the side of the road, or I do recycling work down at the recycling plant. Like, then you would get extra perks of like, okay, and over the years they add up. So after 5...
That's right, comrade. You work hard enough, and we will give you a little bit of freedom.
Years, when you fill up a tier, you're able to purchase a vehicle, right?
Communists always attempt to try to quantify human condition with numbers. This is ultimately communism is overlooking by the, or overlooked, whichever you want, by the true spider, the true globalists. And what really comes down to it, listen very carefully, people. Technocracy behind every socialist or communist movement. You obviously have international banking, but what controls them? The idea of obviously global control, but through what method? This is key, people. Stay with me. Technocracy. Automation makes things better. AI can solve all our problems. A digital surveillance state will keep us safe. Do you see where I'm going with this? I know that you know where we're going with this, because you've witnessed it. And yet, the individual that you have on your screen right now, looking like a petulant child, is a proponent of your subjugation and slavery. Look at him very carefully. Look into those empty eyes and understand this person wants to see you dead. Going back to the chat, we have Joey Z, who says, that's the problem today. Everyone thinks they're better than everyone and don't want to work unless they're the boss or get the same perks as the employees who have been there 20 years or more. No, that's not everyone. That's entitled millennials who basically got out of school being told that they did everything right, who actually, as been documented, have gone to interviews for jobs with their parents. Their parents actually acting as their cheerleaders and questioning the interviewer while attempting to conduct the interview. No, it's not everyone, dude. It's not everyone. It's a certain segment of the population that's been so infantilized that they're now just empty organic portal NPCs. They operate solely on how they've been programmed. They have no souls, and that's a fact. And their thinking is literally like computer code. It's just step 1, step 2. You can't go to step 4 after step 2. It has to go sequentially and through the exact fucking logical process that they have been programmed to believe.
Or you're able to purchase a better vehicle. Now, this is super dystopian, and I know most of us don't like this. We like freedom and, capitalism.
But you will like the dictatorship, comrade. You will like the dictatorship.
I'm just saying, what if? Like, essentially, this is Star Trek, right? A lot of you guys love Star Trek. I do too. But this is what it is. And so people would be hopefully better taken care of. We would progress as a society better. You would be living and working to better ourselves. We would also not kill ourselves as much. We wouldn't have to work 2-3 jobs like and die to like do whatever. But at the same time,
no, you would do exactly as they did in the Soviet Union. Is you would work the one job you were provided. If you weren't able to pay your bills or live off what was provided, you know, the pittance from the government, well, then you would have to die. But you'd have to die quietly. You wouldn't be allowed to complain, and if you tried, you'd be executed.
There's still a reason to do more because you still do get more perks. What I'm trying to do with this idea is trying to put us all into an even playing field, but still allowing bonuses for working harder and smarter, but also trying.
So Joe wants equity, not equality. He wants everyone on the same level regardless of ability. So even if someone's fucking retarded, no, you got to make their feelings feel good, and you got to promote them to the head of rocketry so that when their rocket basically launches and kills 6 astronauts, we can always say, well, you know, it was about trying to make him feel good.
Not to create a class system, trying to
you literally just described that.
Limit the class system still, right? Like, oh,
you described basically living standards and performance bonuses based on occupation. You know that your occupation defines your class, right?
Oh, you're a janitor. My father invented you know, my father is a doctor. You're just a janitor. You know, so I'm trying to sort of see how that could create a class system and sort of try to, like, you know what I mean? Like, try to eliminate the class system. But there's still going to be classes. It's still going to happen a little bit. But trying to sort of eliminate it a little bit. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, my God. People. How is this possible? Well, you know what? I have to ask that. I guess it's just more just letting off steam. But it's more of a rhetorical question than anything else. I know exactly how we got here. Because I fucking witnessed it firsthand and fucking, like, being a passenger in a car that was going to go over a fucking cliff. I was yelling at people like, we're going to go over the cliff. And everyone's like, no, Dave, you're fucking crazy. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is a multiple of things. This is the education system, straight up. This is looking into the abyss that is the education system of the West, particularly America, but you do see it in Canada. It's increasing much more here. It's increasing in even South America, okay? So these fucking SJW Marxist narratives are being spread down there too. It's in Europe. It's trying to be spread to Russia and Eastern Europe and stuff. Africa's dealing with some of that shit too. You know, Asia, Japan, China, and obviously, you know, Australia and stuff. And it's fucking amazing how overwhelming it is. Now, hold on. Got slightly off. Let me just rewind.
But trying to sort of eliminate it a little bit. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to envision how do we do Star Trek? How do you do Star Trek? Well, that's how
I don't remember. Yeah, I was going for something with class, but whatever.
You do it. That's how it goes. Joe's a communist, says Radnick. Yes. No, but no communism, though. Like, we don't want
You just described, essentially, a communistic political system. See, I was talking about... this is... Okay, so this is the American education system, you know, and Western. This is willful ignorance. And it's a lack of curiosity. It's actually, you know what? I have to go further. This guy is known of this. You know how you either know something or you know of something. So like, yeah, I heard of this guy. I heard of this obscure rapper. I've heard of him. Or I've heard of him. Yeah, man. Like I know all his tracks, blah, blah, blah. So this is more like, I know of it. And where was I going with this again? Got a few, my brain's starting to, I did 2 streams already, whatever.
Communism, though.
Communism, yeah, whatever. I'm here for fun. I'm having fun.
We don't want communism. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Would you do that and put it on like some planet where everyone decided they wanted to go live that way? I don't know. They have 7 years of education to be a doctor, says Gerald. Yeah, see, so then what would happen is, you would sacrifice some credits at that time. That 7-year period would almost be like a monk. You know what I mean? You're kind of sacrificing to be a doctor because then you only be a doctor for 15, 20 years and whatever. I don't know. Joe's a communist. It really is kind of like that. But it's hard. I'm just trying to picture Star Trek. How do you do Star Trek? Is that how you do it? How else do they do it?
But by the barrel of a gun? I mean, even in Star Trek, they were able to fucking accomplish this without fucking resorting to that. Like, you want to force society into a technocratic solution. You think that it literally can be solved with technology. As long as we have computers and automation and plans and numbers and AI, we can just make a plan work out. Oh, you can't quantify human experience or fucking emotions? Well, we'll figure it out with some sort of algorithm. It'll be wrong every time, but let's just keep on that. I'm sure that eventually we can figure out how to make the perfect slaves.
And you have leaders and you have people making decisions, and we all make decisions together. That's how you get there, though, right? I mean, how else do you get there?
How about you stop living in a fantasy world and accept that Star Trek is exactly that, a fantasy? How about you let everyone live their life, their nations live, and stop forcing this globo homo world fucking domination on others? Perhaps a nation will become prosperous and begin to explore space, and then they extend their hand to another nation on the planet and say, why don't you join us too? Rather than trying to force everyone to work together when that will never work. Again, this is the proponent of diversity. Remember, diversity has literally destroyed Western culture. And that's because you're importing people who come from essentially inferior societies and don't expect them to assimilate. There are people that come from inferior countries, cultures, and do assimilate and become essentially part of that culture. Essentially donning that fucking identity. That is the purpose of immigration. It's not to come invade and literally change your new country into the shithole you fled from. But that's what diversity actually does. And it also creates ghettos. In Canada, for example, it's very common to have literally certain neighborhoods that are entirely X. Could be Bangladeshi, could be Jamaican, could be Chinese, could be, let's see what other groups. Oh, Syrian, that's a big group that's now forming. Iranian, Jewish, but you have them separating. They're not intermixing. They're not fucking buying houses in other neighborhoods and just being normal Canadians and intermixing and stuff. No, they're picking their ghettos and they're, building their communities. And even their stores literally have signage that is only in their own language, which is illegal in Canada. But if, they were to grow balls, other than Quebec, they'd be called racist. Quebec, rules apply differently to them. They can be racist all they want, according to fucking the liberals, or like, well, according to the hypocrites. Because the thing is, though, it's not racist to protect your own culture, and it's not racist to enforce the laws of Canada that were already established. So it only applies to English-speaking Canada, because basically Quebec is Canada's pimp and holds it hostage while taking all its dance money.
Unless you have the capitalists, unless you have everybody who's a capitalist is a capitalist, or you can become a different, people that don't want to, play ball in the capitalism can.
Oh my God, what are you saying? What the fuck are you saying?
Go into safe mode and become one of those you just want to, you want to do the minimum. I mean, people like right now who like maybe you take governmental assistance and don't do much, but maybe you can get something if you put in a little bit of volunteer work, you get a lot of assistance. I don't know, man. I don't know what the answer is. I have to really think that out some later time. But you asked me how we could get to Star Trek. I mean, I think that's how you get to Star Trek. It's a good theory, but the human species is too self-absorbed. Yeah, see, that's the problem, is something would go wrong somewhere, right?
Well, from the get-go, from the sounds of your plan.
At some point, someone would get power hungry or manipulate something or whatever, and ruin the whole system, right? But I mean, so what it really means is Star Trek is not attainable.
Oh, was it so difficult to actually come to that conclusion, or did you really have to walk yourself through that? I mean, I know it's science fiction and all, but come on.
The original Star Trek, all the Star Treks we know.
Actually, in the original Star Trek, still probably my favorite series of Star Trek, there were societies that were still existing with money, and in fact, there was still a credit system available in Star Trek well into fucking Voyager. So
that system of we work to better ourselves and there's no money anymore, that's not going to happen, apparently. Right? It just doesn't seem possible that's something. By the way, Out of Nowhere is tonight live on Patreon. I hope you guys join us for that. Out of Nowhere tonight, live on Patreon. I hope you guys are here for that. I got a couple more minutes here to ramble about whatever.
What would a wrestling show be on Patreon? But okay.
If you guys want to bring up any topics, say anything, blah, blah, we'll figure it out. I'm worried the Ghostbusters trailer, I think it's going to definitely be better to get the tonality and, the idea that we would get that original tonality and that original things of the humor. And it's spot. Thank you to him. J.R. Ford III went from $1 to $2. Brian.
Just a few final things here.
Jardine's in the $2 spot. And Marcellus Epperson is in the $5 spot. And Humble to Be. Ugh. And Broken Ambrose is back.
I must stop the show to make this comment. I could have responded in the chat, but no, I'll make it right now. Nicky Nine's channel says he should change his show to Out of Ideas. Yes, Nicky, LOL. LOL indeed. That's fucking hilarious.
Back. Thank you to Broken Ambrose. And yeah, I mean, it's been a weird couple days.
Shit bomb!
Oh shit.
You become a shit bomb.
Did you see the video of Chris Chan get arrested Sunday? It was on YouTube and it was epic.
Yes. What a sick fuck. That's the guy who like allegedly had sex with his grandmother or
See, I find this kind of hilarious because Joe makes it sound like he is always on top of what's going on with the internet, with, the trends and all this stuff, PewDiePie, Keemstar, all this crap. Now, this fucking Chris Chan disgusting stuff has been going on for the last week. And, in fact, he even made a show where I believe it actually had his image in the, and yes, it's a him. Chris Chan is a him. Had his image in the fucking thumbnail, or it had his name in the fucking, like in the title, but I remember seeing it there. So I'm thinking, okay, well, at least, Joe's fucking picking up on this now. Because I know a lot of other people have been discussing it too. Some people obviously try to bring it up on one of my Drama Emperor streams, and it's not really a topic I really want to talk a lot about. But I find it very, I don't know, odd that Joe is now saying that he doesn't know anything about it, but he put that title. It was either the title or the thumbnail. Forgive my fucking stupidity right now. It's one of those. And the fact that, it's been going on for a while. So I don't know how he doesn't know this stuff.
Raped his grandmother, right? Or he's a girl, really, though? We're supposed to call her a her? But he raped his grandmother with his dick? Like, I don't know. Chris Chan, right? I'm confused.
I'm confused. You haven't heard the... Oh, actually, I should say it this way. Have you ever heard the tale of Chris Chan? Oh, it's not a tale that the mainstream media will tell you.
Is Chris Chan... Yeah, Chris Chan's like a girl?
Like a... Just say you don't know. Why don't you just say you don't know? It's that simple. Say, I have no fucking idea. Can someone call in? Can someone just give me the rundown in the chat? What's this shit? I know that I listed it earlier in a fucking video title, but I don't know. Can someone tell me? Why are you fucking trying to be a Walmart American and keep up the pretense that you know what you're talking about? Stop it. Nikki Nines, we're doing this. We're doing a fucking dedicated episode, and we're going to have to show fucking video, but we own it because the CBC made it, so it's our tax money. But talking to Americans with fucking that faggot communist, because he is a communist and a faggot, Rick Mercer, we got to show the videos where he talks to Americans and fucking tells them, like, Parliament got a double-double, which means, like, the Prime Minister got a double win for his election, when everyone knows a double-double is just, 2 cream, 2 sugar, and a fucking Tim Hortons coffee. So we're going to be covering that on Smug Canadians to just highlight the fucking stupidity of fucking Americans.
But not really? We're supposed to call her, right? Or is it a guy that dresses up like a girl, but he's a guy still? Oh, God, he's got a necklace like me. Oh.
Why are you pretending that you don't know science? I thought you said you love science. Well, according to science, there are 2 genders. So if you're born biologically as a man, you might put on a fucking dress and put on lipstick, but you're still a man. So the pronouns there are he and him. Do you understand that, Joe?
Almost. That's terrifying. Yeah, and he allegedly raped his grandmother. I'm shocked that a guy in pigtails would rape his grandmother. It's definitely different.
Why don't you call it out for what it is, Joe? I mean, I've been railing on this sort of level of degeneracy for years. I'll even bring this up, which I didn't want to, but Joe had a viewer fan that also, I guess, liked me at some point. This lesbian chick from the Netherlands. She was called Plague. Plague, I believe. Well, the brainwashing worked on it because she cut off her tits and, did the whole fucking fake penis thing where they take, like, a portion of your thigh and they make a fake phallus and then they attach it to your groin, and they sew up your fucking pussy, and you're supposed to now be a different gender. And, Joe and this freak, showed themselves after the post-op stuff on Instagram, and it's fucking beyond repulsive. But Joe doesn't want to fucking step on any toes. Joe doesn't want to fucking speak the truth. He knows there's something wrong with it, and it has to be called out, but he won't do it. He wants to continue to push these fucking ideas as tolerance, because he wants to be seen as the tolerant person. He doesn't care about the fact that some people are mutilating themselves, that this is clear mental illness. He wants to be seen as the white savior saint.
Allegedly. But, what a world. What a wonderful world.
That's interesting that you can just gloss over that.
Is this the lady that he raped? Oh, sick.
First of all, rape is disgusting on its own. Okay, rape is just abhorrent. Makes me want to vomit. Now, incest rape? Okay, that's terrible. That's beyond terrible. That's fucking, I've got no words for that. And and this is just cool with you? Like, you're not, like, listen to me right now. Like, it's challenging for me to pick my words properly, because it would be easier for me to just rage. It would be much easier for me to rage, fucking curse, and just say vile things, and just, embody the fire that should be inflicted on this freak. And you're literally just, this is no big deal. It's another day in fucking Biden's America. Are you fucking kidding me?
Allegedly. He got arrested. Isn't this the health advisor for the White House? I'm just kidding. Sorry. Nice bandana, though.
I'm just kidding.
Kind of looks like Mark Hyder, Tommy's friend, Mark Hyder, who fucks ponies. And also flags down and takes down Monetize This because we mentioned him. Kind of looks like him. I notice a pattern of mentally disturbed people.
You won't call it out, though. You won't call it out. You won't say, tranny. Fucking 15 years ago, 10 years ago, the, medical documentation all said that you were fucking mentally ill. This is a mental health condition, and now this is considered a lifestyle choice.
Like, that crazy that they go to lengths to send YouTube this cease and desist over us mentioning him. A little bizarre. Thank you also to My Son Champion. My Son Champion just went from $1 to really helping out, man.
Be sure to donate.
Thank you for the donations today during this stream. Thank you for the Patreon support. And it was his mom. Lord. Jesus.
Oh, so now it's okay? So now it's a problem? Before it was his grandma. Okay, poor Grams. But now you've got the outrage? This is terrible, people. This is fucking terrible.
Good Lord. That's even weirder. What?
That's even Joe, incest rape is weird and disgusting and gross from the fucking get-go. There is no more than that, because that alone is already more. Do you understand what I'm fucking saying?
What class system did Chan go for? The underclass. The underwear class. We figured out Dr. Dre's daughter's homeless, but she's making about probably $1,000 a week on DoorDash, but then she has to pay about $400 a week to rent the van that she has. And she's got kids.
That was earlier in the show. obviously he just gave you the story of what's going on. He tried to do mental calculations as to expenditures that she would need to accomplish to live, and he is just so way off. And it's tiring, Joe. It's tiring that you pretend so hard that you are capable of fucking doing this shit, of fucking talking about intellectual topics, including math. Your numbers game is fucking terrible. So, I mean, you just embarrass yourself when you try to break it down this way.
I still don't know if the kids are living with her or not, though. So we still...
Oh, I'm not surprised that you weren't fucking educated enough when you started to discuss a topic that literally is plastering the fucking news these days. And by the way, no, she's not living with the kids. She said that she sent them to go live with somebody. So, how such a fucking frivolous, superficial pop story of ineffectiveness I was able to learn of and reiterate to you, beyond me. But you did a fucking show about it and didn't even know. Congratulations.
People don't know that. But let's end this show with the way we began it, by getting a little freaking gritty, baby. Thanks for being here. Hit that like button.
Yo.
I actually hit the down button.
Yo, this is Billy.
All right, well, that's what I wanted to review there. It was, quite a lot. But it was something that needed to be reviewed because, first of all, when you talk about ancient civilizations, that's something that I'm your huckleberry. And I took great issue with the attempt to smear Bright Insight, who knows if eventually I accomplish what I set myself out to accomplish, which I always do. I'll eventually interview the guy, amongst others, and maybe I'll bring that story up. But, I would not tolerate, the Emperor wouldn't tolerate the smearing of the name of Bright Insight. Plus, your total ignorance on Egypt and attempting to dismiss actual valid comments that I've brought up to you in the past, unacceptable. Now, we still have some more treats for you people. The bento box is quite large. I want to go back to the chat just to address a few things here. We've got Mrs. Foulmouth Ken in the chat. Apparently she's just got home. She's packing up. They're getting ready to go wherever. I don't even know. And, everyone's wishing them a good time. So, Bam says, when Joe needs money, he just does a Dunkin' Donuts Q&A. Well, this video the other day he aired. I was actually literally thinking of going live when he went live because I was thinking about the sandwich Too Many Chefs episode. I was like, okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna go live for this. And then he went live. I'm like, I think I'm gonna wait because I wanted more interaction. And not Keith. Sorry. What's his name? Gabe wasn't available at that point. But yeah, I'd love to have Gabe on more often and just interact with him, and maybe do even more stuff when it comes to cooking because it just sky's the limit. Apparently Extreme Shaft sent me a private Skype message, says, I think you're wrong about this vaccine. This type of vaccine has never worked on mice. Well, I don't know what you mean when you say I'm wrong. You'd have to be a little more clear about that. I do know that essentially they did stop all animal testing of the vaccine on animals, and yes, I repeat myself, because essentially all the animals in the testing groups died. So they just moved straight on to humans. But, you want to explain that there, Extreme Shaft, I will look forward to your message. You could also, I guess, type in the chat. I've adjusted the constraints so that it's only a month. You only need to be a subscriber for a month to be able to chat here. So you should already be able to chat here. I know you're a newer subscriber, but still. Oh, don't worry, Bam. Hopefully soon enough I'll be able to do a Tim Hortons Q&A. Thing is, though, I can't do them from the mobile because, I don't have 1,000 viewers or 1,000 subscribers. So I can always pre-record from my phone in the car and then upload it that way. Speaking of a pre-recorded show, I hope you all watched that recent video I uploaded, Recent Threats by Scott McKinnon. And it had JP from Grandma's Boy. I thought it was a fun little tidbit that I gave people. It wasn't expected, but it was fun to give nonetheless. Now, another treat for you ladies and gentlemen that are watching tonight. Obviously, I do very well. I'm just great at what I do, okay? And that is a lot, including triggering Scunty. Made some more videos. Let's play them right now.
Oh, so Mr. Fake Talk, metaphor of fucking Messiah there. Leaving comments on the biggest weirdo that YouTube ever saw, Derek Katowski's video. Is my man, my guy. Leaving comments in Dave's videos. Legendary. You call me a rat. These guys do nothing but try to force law enforcement. Everything is a criminal threat. Everybody's a criminal and everybody got to go to jail but them. And you fucking sit there and have the nerve to call me a fucking criminal and I'm a piece of shit and I'm a rat? Are you out of your fucking livid mind there, Beetlejuice? Fucking weirdo.
Hopefully hopefully Real Talk heard that. Sorry, man. It's not because you guys are black that I'm confusing the fucking names. It's just, I don't know, the wording. It's 2 words. I got to remember that stuff. If you had a one name, it'd just be easier for me. But whatever. So that's the video labeled Dear Beetlejuice Fake Talk Pun. Very eloquent with your titling. Here's Charge Me with the Criminal Threat, Rose.
Just for another little...
Now, at this point, I was probably just doing my... just going straight into to Joe and stuff. So he's watching me and obsessing and stuff. So, and also a great point made by many, and I should have addressed this from the get-go, but I wanted to get right into it. Is that I thought he was retired from YouTube, but maybe that ends at 12 tonight. Maybe he hasn't punched out of his shift. Who knows? He is in mountain time there, so let's continue.
Short, I just wanted to respond to Dave Rose's video about him, what's the word I'm looking for? Portraying the JP character from Grandma's Boy.
Ooh.
There is a fact known that when he talked to my sister asked me, why is he so upset about you comparing him to this JP character from Grandma's Boy?
We know you twist your words, buddy. I'm not upset, and I'm not obsessed with the JP thing. I think it's hilarious because you admitted it to me, dude. You admitted to me. Let's take a walk down memory road here, people. So, remember, he always had a problem with me. Specifically, my pompousness, my supposed arrogance, and my intelligence, which he thought was fake. So, speaking to him, eventually it came out that he grew up with someone that was similar to me. So he equates them, the hardship that apparently he experienced under them, which sounds, again, something from a drama queen, somebody who came from a privileged upbringing, as his sister told me. So that experience he's transposed onto me. Okay, this is a psychological condition here. So that same character he now equates to me, and as such equates the injustices that he experienced initially as being conducted by myself. As such, he can't disconnect himself from his previous experience, and essentially now transposes those insecurities, those hates, those frustrations directly onto myself. That literally, what I just explained to you, Skunty, is a clinical explanation for your condition. And here's another great treat. I did that straight from the mind. I'm not reading anything right now. I'm not trying to sound smart. This is literally who I am. Much more intelligent than you. I'm not going to be shamed for that. And I'm certainly not going to be shamed for pointing that out. Just because society today basically says, yes, queen, to some fucking 400-pound fucking land whale who thinks it's healthy to live that way, or somebody who cuts off their tits or their fucking dick and thinks that they've just magically changed their fucking gender. No, that doesn't work here.
Dave was like, I look nothing like him. Now he's trying to fucking utilize it to his advantage, saying, oh, I don't care that Scott says this about me, but he's obsessed with my looks every other day.
The JP thing I always loved. That's the thing, though. The JP thing I always loved due to the fact that I love that movie from the get-go, and I love that character. I thought he was hilarious. He's extremely accomplished. The guy fucking, check him out in Avatar. Totally different fucking character. But he's a good actor. I just love... It was so funny, though. It was so over the top. That movie was great. And the character is fucking great. Like, what? I can't be self-deprecating? I can't say, hey, you know, I know computers. I can act like a fucking fool. I can, you know, pretend to be a computer and fucking trigger Skunty here and, like, use Matrix fucking allegories and stuff. I can't do that? Why not? It's fucking fun. I mean, like... That movie was hilarious. How is it that you're getting triggered that I'm not getting triggered? I have no problem whatsoever with fucking being equated to JP. What's this? Hold on. What's going on here? So, Mrs. Falmouth Ken has just hidden the man with two first names. Why would you do that, though? What did he say that was so bad? Ugh, these annoying donations. Yes, that was a good one. Why would you do that? I don't see any... I'm going to unhide the man with two first names. I'm also going to ask Shannon to please step to the front of the class and explain her actions as to why she would choose to do so. So... I'm getting off track here, but I'm making some great points. Regardless, let's see if I can pick up where I left off.
I'm trying to project that I got a cross eye when he does, so...
No. I'm not trying to project nothing. I keep telling you this, dummy. I have a lazy eye. Do you hear that? I have a lazy eye. Not a crooked eye. A lazy eye. Say it with me now. Lazy eye. Yes, I have a lazy eye. One eye points in one direction, the other eye is slightly off. Varied by, I'd have to say maybe 15 to 20 degrees, but that depends. You have a lazy eye, experiencing a similar angle, 15, 20, maybe 30 degrees, but you have a lazy eye, not a crooked eye, a lazy eye. So, is that so difficult to get through your head that we both have the same condition? Why do you keep trying to make it sound like I have a crooked eye when I don't? I'm being honest about my physical condition. Why can't you?
Obviously, Dave does care, okay?
Well, I care as long as you're being factual. If it's crooked, okay. But it's not crooked, it's lazy. So just say lazy. And then we got no problems. Absolutely, I got a lazy eye. Never hit it. You've only brought it up since, you know, you saw me on camera recently, but you always knew, apparently.
And he puts a video together saying another most recent criminal threat. Well, Dave Rose, if that's a criminal threat, I want you.
You literally said in the video that you wanted to destroy me and my family. So yes, that is a criminal threat. And no, you don't get to dictate to me, Skunty. I'm the one who dictates the drama war. It's as simple as that.
Right now, to take that criminal threat in my voice, I want you to press charges with your lawyer.
Again, you don't dictate here. I choose what happens. Again, I choose when your embarrassment and humiliation ends, okay? I'm the dom here. You're the sub.
Come charge me right fucking now, Dave.
No, see, I'm not going to come there and fucking serve you a fucking charge, dummy. Again, fucking, I'm in Ontario, you dummy. Well, maybe I'll fax it to fucking Nicky. Maybe he'll fucking drive up there.
That criminal threat in that video. There is no criminal threat or...
Yes, there is. You literally said you were going to destroy me and my family. You said so.
Threat.
You can go back and watch that video. It's there.
Even in that video.
It was hilariously done.
So I want you, Dave,
You can want whatever the fuck you want, but little bitch, you're not gonna get shit. You do what I say. Simple as that.
right now, charge me with that, right now, in a current alert. Go ahead. Show me the criminal threat, Dave. Please, do it.
But if you understood the law, you'd understand that you're not going to be dragged into a court to be charged. The police will show up, will serve you with a fucking warrant, and you're arrested. There's no curdler. There's no curdler, okay? You get taken to the police station, you get processed, there's going to be questioning, all that. Then there's going to be bail, potential bail, and then there's going to be a trial. Dude, how is it possible I know more about this than you do, and you've been arrested more than I have? In fact, I've never been arrested or been processed through the legal system, but how do I know more about this than you do? I also don't watch TV, so I don't watch the CSI or fucking Law & Order bullshit. So how do I know more about the fucking law than you do? Well, for one, because you're a fucking idiot. So. But let's continue here. Behind the scenes.
Why, hello there, community. DJ Scotty MC here. Coming out to the SEMO Express.
Oh, is that the alleyway that you're living in? That you just came out from the through the sliding glass door to the air conditioner, the covered shed area.
The AC unit. Sideways. Up in this motherfucker. Too bad SEMO wasn't around to do some shows. Like he's real.
Do shows? On what channel? On what channel? Fucking YR's gone. So what channel? SEMO's not going to do it on his channel. Do you remember those times, though, that he fucking promised he was going to do that for you? He's like, yeah, we'll do it on my channel. And he fucking left you high and dry. I think that happened twice, and you raged like a maniac. And we all laughed. We pointed, and we laughed. But that happened. And he left you high and dry.
As fuck. Him, Alan Quills, there are people out
Yeah, how about Alan Quills? How about he go live, use OBS?
there, Ronald Booth, there are people out there I'm sure I could put a fucking great show together with.
Well, you would need somebody that would broadcast from OBS. I don't think you have found anybody that can do that.
Fortunately, the usuals just aren't cutting it because Wire's addiction to SC Steve is the #1 problem.
What's this? Eerie. Are there cracks in the formation of the foundation of Drama Club 2021? Well, we saw that from the fucking get-go. You had fucking cheap Chinese fucking pig iron steel. You had fucking terrible concrete being used in this bridge building operation. And of course the whole thing fell down from the get-go. They were all corrupt from the get-go. Literally, Drama Club 2021 is a meme of fucking what's occurred in China for the last 20 years in regards to their building. It literally is everyone out for themselves, worst building material ever. It collapsed, massive casualties, and no one fucking takes responsibility. They all fucking cut and run.
I don't even mind Tony. Me and Tony, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Tony's not even the problem. It's SC Steve. Always will be. We're on a call on the...
Interesting that Scott actually sees the harm that SC Steve brings. Very interesting. So, prediction here is that, despite the fact that I shouldn't be doing this publicly, because now he's going to try to deny it, if, Scott's going to have to deal with this. And he's going to pretend, oh no, SC Steve's a great guy, Dave Rose just crazy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But he's already revealed it now. He knows that fucking SC Steve's bad. And that he's fucking things up, and that he's taking YR away from him. And, he's not going to stand for it. You know this. Eventually, it's always going to come down, as it always does, a confrontation. And I can tell you, just from fucking experience alone, is that SC Steve doesn't stand a fucking chance against Skunt. And he doesn't stand a chance, even if YR defends him, YR will, in the end, acquiesce to Skunt and fucking, and we'll sell him out, basically. Like, SC stands no chance in fucking dealing with Scott one-on-one or even in a group. They could have all these different people on the call, Simo, fucking Danny MT, YR, and they could all be trying to argue against Scott. Scott won't fucking accept it whatsoever. He'll fucking just bulldoze over them all, and he'll fucking destroy SC Steve. And that will then just bring it back to the original condition as it was before. SC Steve is a pariah, and now you've got YR, who is conflicted. He's like, well, I want my conflict and chaos. I want my illegal mestizo half-breed, and I want to have fun doing the devil's work. But, I mean, I love Scott. I love his attention. I know that he'll fight for me. So who do I betray? It's not like who do I support. It's who do I betray first? Who will I backstep first? Who's the profitable one? I gotta think about that. That's exactly how it is.
Tonight, all night, man, hours. Me, SC Steve, YR, Tony. I get Alan Close in there. Big supporter of ours. What does SC Steve do? Boot him, and that's okay. That's acceptable for YR. YR's infatuation and weird obsession with SC Steve, it's me, yeah. It's just weird, bro. You know what I mean? It's weird shit. So, how you doing, man? Not bad. We getting a lightning storm or? ID. Oh, ID? Yeah. Hold on. Tyson? Fuck. Hey. You be good.
I guess he's going to get his drug deal or something. I don't know. Getting his edibles. Well, if he's getting ID, he's got to be alcohol or drugs. Black guy delivering. No comment on his ethnicity there, Scott?
Yeah, you too.
Man, you got to get a technician to check out that fucking AC, man. That's way too loud.
You know,
it might be violating some fucking homeowners code as well.
These people, man, like, but they just can't stop trolling, I guess.
There's some sort of white substance. I'm not sure if it's a powder or a residue. Doesn't look like a wet liquid, but it's literally on your right side of your face. Let's see if I can get a
everybody that asks me how you supporters with their wire it.
Oh, hold on.
You can thank SC Steve, I guess. I don't fucking know. I'll tell you. He's retired, but he's not retired. I'm sure they still do shit together behind the scenes. I don't fucking know what's going on, bro.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. I don't think this is hair, to be quite honest, because there could be some hair here, but you don't see it evenly spaced out and, you know, visible in other areas of the face, region, on either side. So let me just put here face 01. And it's also on the ear. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that this is also the same sort of color material that's on the ear, and as such, I'm hoping that you can help me identify it. There you go. Let's continue.
Bro, I don't care to know what's going on. Anyway, peace. Fucking idiots.
All right there, Ricky. Or should I say fucking Cyrus. And yeah, you still haven't retired. So let's look at the next video that you made, called Danny CTE and Psycho Miskinen Have a Laugh.
At you while he's inside of her. You know, like, that's who these people are, bro. That's who these people are.
Fuck my sister in front of me, dude.
Do I know?
You said fuck my sister in front of me? Was that Dave Rose? Who did that?
No, I didn't say someone said somebody fucked your sister in front of Dave Rose. No, I'm saying in general that the people, the pieces of shit that are in the community, these are people that, like, probably went through this shit in their life.
You
Like,
want a sister in front of me?
huh?
Yo, dude, really? You want to fuck my sister? What you're saying?
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh no, man, here we go. Scott's drunk. No, I did not say anything
Sounds like both of you are drunk.
much. Fuck the sister, you idiot.
But let's hear some Russian right now.
Alright, well, what do you want to hear?
I want
Wait, let me just fucking cuss you out. I don't know. What do you want to hear?
In
We're
Russian.
gonna talk about the fucking weather?
Oh,
I mean,
listen. In Russian, I want you to say Dave Rose sucks, Scott.
you want me to say in Russia? What?
Say
Oh my God. Oh my God. Is Danny the next bullfrog? This is not an Obama phone here. You heard this. What? Are you that drunk? Also, you criticized me for speaking slowly, trying to sound smart. But what do you explain of this?
it in Russia, or you can say just.
Hold on, what happened to you, man? Dude, like, okay, I'm gonna do this shit for you or whatever, but, like, where did this twist all of a sudden? Like, we're like sitting here, ha 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 ha, and now you're like, you're saying things about my sister. And I'm like, what? No, I'm not. And then you're like, I need you to speak to me in Russian. But in Russia, like, what?
Hello.
Wait, no, hello to you, because something's wrong with your phone, because my sound is all the way up and on speaker, and it sounds like you're talking to me through, like, maybe, like, 3 rooms over.
Gotta get used to Western society, brother.
Okay, I heard you scream something, but I still didn't hear it.
Western society, nigga. You're from Russia still.
Scott, can you figure out what's going on with your fucking phone and just fucking talk so we can go ahead and go through this? Like, something's fucking weird, dude. Like, you're out of there, man. And it's like, it literally sounds like you're talking to me through a pillow 3 rooms over.
Twist Tommy's nipple.
Oh my God, I can't fucking this shit. Jesus Christ, God, can you please just fucking listen to me for 2 seconds and just do this
right,
so I can hear you?
Ah.
Oh my God.
your pictures on the wall, and I ask myself, will I fall?
Yeah, whatever.
It's Frère Jacques.
You have to put the shit on something where I can hear you, because you sound like you're like way far away, bro. Like way far away.
Hello.
I did hear the hello.
I'm in the Annapolis Mountains, up here in the Alpines. CJ Scotty MC interviewing Danny MT. Way up above with the Giants himself. Way up there in the Alpines, man. I am screaming down to the city. Echo, 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 echo. It's me and Giant McCaskill up here, everybody. Interviewing Danny way down there in the community. Hello, Danny. How you doing? From up here in the heavens of godliness in the community. Danny, how you doing, brother?
Okay, I did hear that part because he got loud enough. Earlier it wasn't loud enough, and I'm like, man, what's this fucking weirdo saying? Like, I don't get it.
Weirdo, but he is a weirdo with no beardo and a queerdo. It is DJ Scotty MC interviewing Danny.
DJ Scotty MC, and we're doing a fucking interview with Danny MC tonight, folks. So let's go ahead and do it. Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna try because I'm not good at that stuff. You have that talent. I don't. I'll take the L.
Hello. Hello, Danny.
So, whatever.
Hello, Danny. Danny, can you hear me?
Like, kind of, sort of, dude. Like, why the fuck all does it just sound like you're like, are you standing in a field and you just like set your phone up and you just walk like 100 yards and you're just screaming at the top of your lungs or some shit? Like, it went from literally like where you and I were just sitting here chopping up like, okay, yeah, this, that, yeah, agree with you. Yeah, agree with you too on that, blah, blah. And now it sounds like you're motherfucking in some other Providence. Like, I don't know. And I'm not even bullshitting you. Like, you sound like you're super far away.
Is this better? Hello?
Wait, say something again?
Yo, is this better?
I mean, it is, but it's still...
Come on, man. What are you doing?
Dude, it sounds better, but it sounds like you're hollering at me from a football stadium, like, on the other side kind of shit. And I'm just like, okay. Like, I don't know, man. You did something weird because shit just got quiet. Maybe you got a trash-ass phone and it's time for you to fucking update. I don't know. Maybe it's time for you to update, nigga. Because...
No. You don't get to use that word and be a self-acclaimed racist. Either you're down with the blacks or you're not. You don't get to pick and choose now.
Yes.
You don't get to be a Nazi with a fucking Takeshi or a Daikishi, whatever they're fucking called. You don't get to be a communist with a fucking Native American headdress, okay? It just doesn't work. Stop with your fucking post-Marxist American neoliberalist type of ways.
Sound like shit? How about that? Well, I talked to you on my fucking 12 iPhone 3-piece fucking camera, nigga.
Thank God that's over. All right. Phone lines are open. Skype lines. We already know that. So, call in, call all. I'm sure that there are many out there that have punched out for the night from their work and are easily capable of calling in. So don't be a pussy. Don't be a Joe Crone. Don't be a fucking Scott McKinnon. Call in. Share your thoughts on what we've just reviewed. And we can talk further about many different things. Also, I'd like to hear from Mars Mira, if possible, to see if maybe he wants to stream tonight. Because, as we know, Ken and his family are enjoying a nice, well-deserved vacation. And I thought, we could easily, any of us really, could easily do a show tonight. And, Mars has the best setup in my opinion. But, hey, if you want me to run the fucking show, I'll do it. I'm your Huckleberry. But Friday nights belongs to us, the fucking OG elite. And maybe, just maybe, we should make tonight's show called Drama Club Elite. And retake the name. So obviously Mars, Kingpin of Vegas, head of the cartel. He would be there. Then there'd be me, the former fifth wheel that eventually got integrated as being a primal part of Drama Club. And then obviously the adoption of the Nine Gods himself, Nicky Nines, who was built for Drama Club. He was built to be able to fucking dish it out more than anyone could take it. So, yes, I would suggest that to Mars Mirror. I think we could do a great job. And in fact, I do have a few things that I could potentially do in regards to entertainment tonight. Comedic-wise, could be, news stories and stuff. There's one thing there's several things I've wanted to talk about lately, and things like Jeff Bezos going to space, along with what's his name, the British guy, the guy who owns Virgin. There's that stuff. Right now, actually, SpaceX has put together their largest rocket ever, called I think it's called the Dragon? I can't remember. It's got literally 29 fucking engines in it. And this thing is supposed to be, they're setting it up to be even more powerful than the Apollo Saturn V rocket. So this thing is supposed to not only be able to launch massive payloads into orbit, it's supposed to be able to land back on Earth, just like the previous rockets. But it's huge. This fucking thing is massive. And if they're able to accomplish it, that's huge fucking news. So it should be interesting to see what's happening with that. And they've got a Starship, space capsule attached to it, and that's the one that does a belly flop to sort of slow down, and then just basically lands, head up or nose up at the last moment. All right, well, we've got our first call here. We've got Bodark.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
So I have a serious question I've been trying to get off my chest for a very long time. But so this is in regards to Mr. Joe Cronin. So I was on one of his shows, I think a couple months back or whatever, almost last year, and I said he asked me, we were bullshitting about whatever the fuck it is, and then I bring up a Patreon for that is not meant for me, but it's meant to help other people. And I have an honest question: do you think it's wrong for someone to ridicule someone for making a thing that is supposed to help other people rather than themselves? Do you think that's fair?
Can you give me some details specifically? So,
okay, so when I made a Patreon for people to projects and stuff like that. Yeah, I use my famous quotes, stuff like that. I don't care. And if I'm stuttering, please stop me. I apologize ahead of time. So I went in the subject about it, and Joe Cronin cuts me off. He's like, stop what you're doing. I want to kill myself. And I was baffled. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Like, I told him I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing it to actually help people that are part of the at the time I had a team going, and I wanted to help them out during the crisis of times when people would have issues and they need help, and like, you know, we need something to build off of. And I was ridiculed for it, and people made fun of me for it because they thought it was funny. And it's not even about me. I was trying to help people out. Do you think that's fair?
No, obviously not, but I don't think he even understood, or anyone else seemed to understood, you know, the purpose of what you intended to do.
Yeah, and it really pissed me off because I had to cancel everything. I got pissed off to the point where I said, you know what, I'm done. I had to take a step back, and you know, I still have, like, you know, flashbacks, people making fun of me about it, and you know, people still do it. I just really don't care anymore at this point because I've tried helping people out. I've tried doing all this good shit for people, and I just get shitted on. So, you know, I've allowed certain people like Mr. Scunty to take advantage of me, which is never going to fucking happen again. Fuck you. And people like, you know, Joe Cronin just want to make fun of me, act like I was making fun of his family when I never did such a fucking thing. I literally told him, I remember saying on a show that if you're going around saying you want to kill yourself and stuff like that, and you're a father, you shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff on air. You really shouldn't be saying this stuff because if one person watches your stuff and you say you're going to kill yourself, you're going to raise suspicion and people are going to be worried about your health. And that's where, you know, in my personal opinion, that's where it draws the line. Because every time he jokes about rape, he jokes about all this other stupid shit. It's like, what the fuck, dude? But then again, that's my opinion. I stand by it. And how I feel personally is I'm just so fucking frustrated with everything. And this whole Scunty situation, I really want him to be put in jail. YR, you can go fuck yourself. And pretty much anyone else that wants to take jabs at me, because apparently I pissed off a lot of people. So if you want to call up and you want to yell at me on this drama show, go right ahead. I don't give a fuck.
Well,
sorry,
you can
sorry,
reserve
Dave.
that for your show if you wish.
I don't have a show. I don't do shows anymore, man.
No, but I'm not going to tolerate yelling on my show. That's the thing.
Okay,
Dave
okay, I
Rose
apologize.
is above that. We can have a nice debate, but if anyone wants to get out of line, then they'll get not only shut out, but then humiliated afterwards. But
All right.
no, I can understand what you're saying here, and you're not the first one to experience this with Joe, because he will dismiss people who bring up a topic that is valid and then try to flip it around and make you look like you're bad for even bringing it up. It's just like, it's like you literally say, well, the sun rises in the east. Well, no, you shouldn't be saying that to me. It's just a fact. Well, you should have never said it to me in the first place. But according to who? Like, what, your sensibilities? What? So now because you're the mentally ill one who gets triggered easily, I got to tiptoe around you? Or you're getting triggered at the fact that I say something that reminds you of some sort of thing in your life. So you with the Patreon, and it's like, oh, well, you're reminding me that I'm a paranoid schizophrenic and I think that everyone's trying to steal from me. So if you're mentioning Patreon, it means that automatically you're trying to steal from me. It could be that.
You have a very valid point with that, Dave. You know,
we've seen
to be
it so
honest,
many times.
Yeah, and you're right. You're absolutely right. Does it suck? It fucking sucks. But
Dude,
you know,
the guy is literally the one who said that people are trying to steal sandwiches out of his kids' mouths, which is where the meme came from, you know, about stealing sandwiches out of his kids' mouths, and the gold leaf caviar sandwiches, which I created on my own. So it's all a meme when it comes to him.
Speaking of Scunty and them and Danny and T, I received a phone Skype call from them. I was checking my Skype and I received like numerous calls from people, and I'm like, I don't talk to any of you guys anymore, so I don't know why you're trying to contact me. So I don't know what the fuck is going on
They
with
want
that.
a channel to go live on.
Yeah, and I don't do live shit anymore. If anything, I just do my own stuff.
No, but they thought you had value to them. You know, once they realized that that you couldn't help them out, they're like, we don't care. But as long as they thought that, hey, maybe we can get this guy to go live on his channel, maybe we can use him.
which dragged in the wrong intention and then made me look out to be the bad guy, and then I had
No,
to
I'm saying
apologize.
like they're trying to do it now, or they were trying to.
Yeah, and you're probably absolutely right with that. To be honest, because I don't talk to either of them anymore. They're all blocked. I don't do any of that shit anymore. I don't have time for it. But I will speak my mind when it comes to situations that have occurred with Skunty and whoever else on the Drama Diner. And, you know, I personally am thankful for you letting me come on tonight. I appreciate it.
No worries.
So I wanted to bring up another subject because you wanted to, I think I overheard you saying you wanted to switch subjects for a minute and talk about something else. What would you like to talk about?
No, I was just anything. No, I said if anybody wanted to talk about something else, I'd listen to it.
Do you like writing at all? Like
Yes.
actual like storylines?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get back into my creativeness of writing, and I would love to have feedback on it if you ever have a chance.
Yeah, just send it my way. I'll read it. I've had people. I mean, writing is something to me that comes naturally. I'm not the best at it, but I'm actually quite impressed at what I've been able to accomplish. And, you know, I'm a perfectionist, so I go back on my work and I say, oh, that should have been changed to this, or oh, I should have used that, or maybe this will be better. But, you know, it's something that I've done for quite some time. I've done documentation, you know, actual work in regards to making manuals and stuff, instructional procedures and so forth, but I've also written fiction. So I believe I've got a you know, varied experience that allows me to write things that at least I find enjoyable, because I go back and read my stuff and I find it enjoyable.
Do you prefer fiction or nonfiction?
To write about?
Yeah.
Fiction. To stream about? Nonfiction. Because that stuff, that's my bread and butter. When it comes to talking about ancient civilizations, I can just get much more information out speaking. Can I write about what I know? Absolutely. But writing, it's a different level of enjoyment. It's a different experience altogether. Speaking about ancient civilizations to me is totally different than writing something and experiencing the creativity that comes from that. And basically creating a world, creating characters, you know, trying to adhere to a storyline that is telling, obviously, a story, but also adding elements to the whole thing. So there's a lot of different things that are being held into account when you write fiction as opposed to when you discuss nonfiction.
Do you believe that there's something out there, like, you know, something other than us in the galaxy, any galaxy?
Can you be a little more specific?
I know a lot of people have been diving into the UFO theories and stuff like that. So I'm kind of curious, what's your input on that, and how do you feel about, like, recently people admitting that there's UFOs? Do you think there's something behind that, or what's going on?
Well, not recently, dude. UFOs have been talked about for over 60, 70 years, so nobody's recently talking about it. The Drake equation itself, which was released in the early 60s, essentially indicates that in this galaxy alone there are thousands of other life forms, at least equivalent to our level of technology. This is mathematics. Okay, this is just statistics. Knowing the number of stars, the number of habitable planets, and calculating minimalist abilities to adhere to life as we know it, you have thousands of civilizations that are currently at our level of development. That's not even considering those that maybe are beyond our level of development. So logically speaking, statistically speaking, mathematically speaking, it's impossible that we're the only life. Not only in the galaxy, but in the universe. Simple as that.
I think I was trailing off topic for a while, but if you want to let me go, you can. I just wanted to discuss some things with you, maybe get your mind off of some things, and I really hope that you have a great rest of your day. If there's anything else you want to talk about with me, I would love to talk.
Well, I'm up for anything. I'm willing to take calls. It is Friday night, and nothing yet is set in stone. I don't know if Mars has been listening. I don't know if he wants to go live tonight with the three amigos, him, me, and Nikki. I don't know if they're down with that. But it's, it's basically, Friday Night Fire minus Ken and Shannon. So, I didn't plan for anything else, so I'm available. But
That's
I'm
pretty
also
great.
willing to
Sorry.
talk topics and such.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. That's right. Apparently 43 fake viewers. You didn't know I did all these long shows, Casey? Have you ever looked at the duration of my videos? If you just look at my video page, just hover your mouse over the videos, you're going to see how long they are. And you will be impressed at my fortitude and endurance, if you know what I'm saying.
Dave, do you believe in the paranormal?
Yes. Have you ever watched any of my videos?
I just recently started coming to your channel as of late, so I need to go look through your channel.
Catch up with Dark Room, which is the first series, and then Darker Things, which is the second series. Watch through those. Actually, there's even earlier stuff. Watch my stuff on Joe's Final Frontier News. Watch my stuff on Foulmouth Network's Foul Play. I've been doing this for quite some time there.
That's pretty interesting. Because you ever have that feeling that something's going to happen, and then when it happens, you get you're not even shocked about it?
Yeah, it's called precognizance. It happens to me all the time. I miss watching your gaming streams. Those are pretty funny to watch. Yeah, I really haven't been feeling like gaming, to be quite honest. I mean, it's fun, but the thing is though, to invest that time, and yeah, some people might say, well, what about these streams? Well, these streams are differently stimulating. Video games for me are once in a while type thing. Sometimes I just, have that desire to just play video games. And sometimes I just don't feel like playing any games at all. Just want to, I don't know, sit and read an article or fucking watch some sort of video or something. Just chill out, listen to some music. But yeah, video games, it's come and go with me, and maybe eventually I get back to it. But for the time being, I mean, I'm good.
That's good. I can't really come up with any topics in the back of my head, but when I get some stuff rolling, I'll definitely present them to you and get your honest opinion on it. And I would love feedback. I'd love to see if there's anything I should change or whatever. And I would love to get your feedback. I say a lot. Wow, I'm losing my fucking mind.
I also say a lot, so don't you worry there.
Yeah, it's just there's so much stuff that I've done and I've tried to do. I've tried to fit in with people, and I realized that sometimes the people that actually act like they're your friends aren't really your friends. They'll stab you in the back easily. And that's an unfortunate life lesson that I had to learn the hard way. I don't know about you, Dave. Have you ever experienced that before? Really bad backstabbing, and other than this?
Yeah, it's just how life goes. I mean, you just gotta realize that that's just how it is. That's just, it comes with life. And, rather than complain, just add some armor to your back so that you're prepared for the inevitability. And you've prepared against their attempt to attack you. As I have with Scunty, and have shown him who's boss. So, it's unfortunate, but it is the way things are at the current time.
I noticed he finally got rid of his pedo mustache.
Yeah, maybe got caught on camera too many times wandering by the playground, so had to change his look. Didn't want the authorities catching on.
Nope. Here's something that really weird happened to me 2 days ago. Our phone line was completely off, like actually off. Everything else worked perfectly fine, but our phone lines were like completely off. So that was really weird. I thought something was happening, like something happened to my computer or something like that. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on? So I had to contact them directly, and they had to reboot everything. So I don't know what the fuck that happened before, but it was weird. You ever had like that kind of weird shit happen to you before?
No.
Fuck.
I guess it depends on the provider.
Yeah, it is what it is. How's the weather been going for you guys? Because it's been really fucking hot here.
Oh, it's hot here too, right now. Quite hot. I just put my fan back on just to cool down for a bit. So I'm getting a little hungry myself. If no one else is going to call in, I think I'm gonna wrap up the show. Maybe I'll hear from Mars and Nikki later to see if they want to go live. But yeah, I would like to attend to my hunger. Not too sure yet what I'm going to make. Sky is clouding over, and it looks like we're going to get some thunderstorms overnight and into tomorrow. So I'm not sure if I'm going to break out the barbecue. But, yeah, going to have to make something.
Well, I thank you for having me on tonight, Dave. I wish you the best of luck to the future streams, maybe tonight. And, I might tune in and watch it. And also, thank you very much for all the help that you've given me so far. I appreciate it.
No worries. Well, thanks for your call. And you have yourself a great weekend.
You as well, sir.
All right, so that's Bodark there, calling in. Oh, so Mars is going to go live. Excellent, excellent. Just let me know. Let me know when, so I can pop around. I could also be lazy and just order some food and be available for when you go live. So you just let me know and we can do that. But yeah, I had fun today exposing some massive amounts of fucking stupidity. And yeah, this is going to have some great replay value. So I look forward to listening back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a great evening, a great weekend. Be sure to check out to see whether or not we are going live tonight, which looks like we are. And I hope you guys have a great evening.